Današnja konferenca bo potekala v slovenskem in angleškem jeziku, s simultanim tolmačenjem v obe smeri. Slušalke so na voljo ob vstopu v dvorano. Slovenščina je na kanalu 1, angleščina na kanalu 2.
Spoštovana gospa predsednica, podpredsednica vlade in ministrica za evropske in zunanje zadeve, dragi visoki gostje, gospe in gospodje. Dobrodošli na zaključnem dogodku 12 slovenskih razvojnih dnevov, mednarodni konferenci in drugem slovenskem humanitarnem forumu, ki tudi letos poteka pod častnim pokroviteljstvom predsednice Republike Slovenije, doktorice Nataše Pirc-Musar. Moje ime je Edvin Skrt in delam z ekipo izvrstnih kolegic in kolegov v Direktoratu za razvojno sodelovanje in humanitarno pomoč, ki so tokratne slovenske razvojne dneve pripravili v sodelovanju z Državnim zborom, nevladnimi organizacijami, članicami platforme Sloga in naših partnerskih organizacij, Centrom za razvoj financ, Centrom za evropsko prihodnost, Centrom za mednarodno sodelovanje in razvoj in ustanovo ITF. Razvojni dnevi so priložnost, da se poglobimo v teme, kot so cilji trajnostnega razvoja, socialna pravičnost, enakost spolov, opolnomočenje ranljivih skupin ali rekordne humanitarne potrebe. So priložnost za razpravo o tem, kako v razvojno sodelovanje vključiti zasebni sektor. So priložnost, da povemo, kaj počne Slovenija in vsi njeni sistemi na področju uradne razvojne pomoči. Letošnje slovenske razvojne dneve smo posvetili globalni prehranski varnosti, drugemu cilju trajnostnega razvoja, ki je v zadnjih letih prerasel v enega od ključnih izzivov za prihodnost človeštva, še posebej v luči podnebnih sprememb, neenakosti v dostopu do virov, konfliktov in naraščajočih pritiskov na naravne ekosisteme. Vesel sem, da so se vabilu za sodelovanje odzvali eminentne gostje iz Slovenije, iz sistema Združenih narodov in mednarodnih nevladnih organizacij in tako omogočili sestavo dveh izjemnih omizij za dve razpravi o globalni prehranski varnosti, osvetljeni z humanitarnega in z razvojnega vidika. Iskrena hvala vsem. Posebna zahvala gostiteljici razvojnih dnevov, podpredsednici vlade in ministrici za zunanje in evropske zadeve Tanji Fajon za njeno vodenje in vso podporo pri slovenskih prizadevanjih na področju razvojnega sodelovanja in humanitarne pomoči. Cenjeni gospe in gospodje, počaščen sem, da lahko k odprtju drugega slovenskega humanitarnega foruma povabim predsednico Republike Slovenije, doktorico Natašo Pirc-Musar.
Dobro jutro vsem skupaj. Spoštovana ministrica za zunanje in evropske zadeve, spoštovani vsi navzoči. Res sem počaščena, da vas lahko nagovorim na letošnjem humanitarnem dnevu v sklopu že 12 slovenskih razvojnih dnevov. Delovni naslov letošnjih slovenskih razvojnih dnevov je Za svet brez lakote. Glede na vse izkušnje s teptanjem človekovega dostojanstva, ki se dogajajo med mojim mandatom in še posebej glede na stike z otroki v stiski, se bom osredotočila na tematiko, ki letošnji razvojni dnevi morda ne namenjajo ustrezne pozornosti. Želim namreč spregovoriti o posebno ranljivi skupini, ko gre za lakoto, to so otroci v primežu vojne. V zadnjem času se veliko srečujem z otroki in z mladimi. Ravno pred dobrim mesecem dni sem imela prijetno druženje z dijaki mariborske srednje šole Z otroki se srečujem tudi izven Slovenije, med drugim na zadnjem obisku v Ukrajini. Le da tam v okoliščinah, ki so bistveno drugačne od teh, v katerih živijo dijaki v Mariboru in drugod po Sloveniji. V predsedniško palačo so otroci lahko prišli igrivi, dobre volje, polni veselja, se srečni fotografirali z mano. Marsikje pa to ni mogoče, ker je prenevarno, življenjsko nevarno. Na mojem junijskem delovnem obisku v Ukrajini so me spremljale povsem drugačne fotografije. Fotografije mrtvih, ugrabljenih in pohabljenih otrok. Ob razmišljanju o fotografijah in o tem, kako so otroci tisti, ki v konfliktih nastradajo prvi, se misli pogosto odpravijo seveda tudi na Bližnji vzhod. V Gazi Izrael ne izbira sredstev v svojem boju proti sicer zločinskemu Hamasu. Tudi zaustavitve konvojev s humanitarno pomočjo in grozeča lakota civilistov pridejo prav Izraelu, da brezmejno uresničuje svoje cilje. V Gazi so že rojeni podhranjeni, grozljivo namerno ustvarjanje pomankanja je del vsakdana že za dojenčke. Reči, da je lakota rak rana sodobne družbe, ni pretiravanje. Približno 800 milijonov ljudi trpi zaradi nje. Glede otrok je statistika srce parajoča. Zadnje številke kažejo, da približno 45 milijonov otrok trpi zaradi podhranjenosti, kar tveganje prerane smrti otrok seveda močno povečuje. In kar 150 milijonov otrok ima vsesplošne motnje v razvoju samo zato, ker niso deležni obrokov, kot jih uživajo otroci v razvitejših delih sveta. In od kod prihajajo ti lačni otroci? Ne samo iz Gaze in Ukrajine. Prihajajo z območij, ki so v celoti najnevarnejša za življenje nasploh. To so Demokratična republika Kongo, Afganistan, Jemen, Sirija, Sahel, Južni Sudan, Sudan, Somalija, Haiti. In seveda tudi severna Etiopija, kjer živijo tigrajski uporniki. Žal nič ne kaže, da bi se število otrok, ki jim je odvzeto otroštvo, zmanjšalo. Če hočemo, da se to spremeni, da se svet zbudi in se začne zavedati, kako zelo živimo v svetu lačnih otrok, ujetih v vojne vihre, moramo kričati. Zelo na glas. Vendar to ni vedno enostavno in tudi mediji seveda niso vedno v pomoč. Zanimivi so izsledki ene od raziskav, po kateri je bila Ukrajina med 1. januarjem in 30. septembrom 2022 v povprečju 5-krat bolj medijsko pokrita kot 10 držav s konflikti, v katerih so bili otroci najbolj prizadeti. Jemen, ki je bil v tem času zanje najnevarnejša država, je bil v obravnavanem obdobju v primerjavi z Ukrajino deležen le 2,3% medijske pokritosti. In kaj lahko storimo mi? Kako lahko zagotovimo, da otroci dobijo tisto, do česar so upravičeni? Do varnosti in človeškega dostojanstva. Kako lahko zagotovimo, da bodo vsi, ki si želijo boljše prihodnosti za otroke na svetu, slišani? Sama vidim pot naprej tako na domačem kot na mednarodnem parketu. Na nacionalni ravni je pomembno ozaveščanje in tega ne primanjkuje. Dokaz za to so nenazadnje ravno slovenski razvojni dnevi. Vendar to preprosto ni dovolj. Vprašanja razvoja in nerazvitosti v svetu bi, če mene vprašate, morala biti del učnih vsebin že v osnovnih in seveda tudi srednjih šolah ter na univerzah. Tako bi bolje razumeli vse značilnosti sodobnega razvoja, v katerem se prepad med bogatimi in revnimi, med tistimi, ki živijo v miru in tistimi, ki živijo v vojni, skokovito in očitno nezadržno povečuje. Na mednarodni ravni ostaja dejstvo, da brez intenzivnejšega sodelovanja in predvsem modrosti svetovnih voditeljev otroci ne bodo imeli boljše prihodnosti in ne bo trajnega miru. Pa se rešitve, veste, včasih zdijo tako zelo preproste. Po nekaterih študijah bi zato, da bi svet odrešili lakote do leta 2030, morali investirati nekje od 39 do 50 milijard dolarjev. Se vam zdi veliko? Svet je v letu 2023 samo za oborožitev zapravil 2443 milijard dolarjev. Pri čemer poudarjam, tu ne gre samo za sredstva, namenjena takojšnji pomoči v kriznih situacijah, ko grozi humanitarna katastrofa. Gre za naložbe, ki povečajo možnosti za nove zaposlitve mladih, jim dajo več kariernih priložnosti, v vsakem primeru pa jih iztrgajo iz primeža revščine. Ali smo tega sposobni? Se bojim, da ta trenutek ne. Potrebno bo veliko potrpljenja, da bomo voditelje po svetu prepričali, da v zasledovanju nacionalnih interesov, v želji po neskončni gospodarski rasti in igri moči pozabljajo na širšo sliko, da konflikti niso le lokalizirani in da obremenjujejo odnose med državami daleč prek območja, na katerem se dogajajo. Zato izbira med vojno in mirnim reševanjem sporov ni le teoretični koncept, temveč ima konkretne praktične posledice. Kot sem dejala na nedavnem srečanju voditeljev držav v Krakovu, je najcenejše in najučinkovitejše sredstvo proti eskalaciji spora v konflikt aktivno sodelovanje z akterji v sporu in čim zgodnejše zaznavanje in naslavljanje problemov in dejavnikov, ki so pripeljali do spora med akterji, ter prek posredovanj oziroma pogajanj seveda najti pot, ki je sprejemljiva za vse. Ja, veliko denarja porabimo za oborožitev, vendar bi morali v resnici porabiti denar za odpravo neenakosti, pomanjkanja možnosti za normalno življenje in vse druge potencialne vzroke za nastajanje konfliktov. To je toliko pomembnejše, ker so nosilci orožja v času oboroženih konfliktov, žal, tudi otroci. In če sklenem. Moramo potrkati na vest in apelirati na razum vplivnežev po vsem svetu, tistih, ki imajo politično moč in tistih, ki imajo finančno moč. Le oni lahko spremenijo svet na bolje. V njih moramo prebuditi vest, da bodo začeli razumeti pomen dostojanstva za prav vse, predvsem pa za otroke. Morajo razumeti, kako pomembno je zanje, da imajo dnevni obrok, da zaspijo v miru, brez skrbi, ali jim bo bomba vzela upanje, da bodo videli luč naslednjega dne. Tudi zase lahko rečem, da sem imela privilegij lepega in mirnega otroštva. Predvsem varnega. Zato mi vest in da, včasih tudi otrok v meni, pravita, da sem dolžna storiti vse, kar je v moji moči, da zagotovim enako, varno in zdravo okolje za svojega sina in za vse druge otroke in mlade doma in po svetu. Zakaj ne bi mogli vsi otroci na svetu brezskrbno sanjati enakih sanj in imeti enakih možnosti, da jih uresničijo, kot jih je imela večina v tej dvorani? Če se vam zdi ta misel nekoliko idilična ali morda celo romantična, neuresničljiva in s tem naivna, potem vas prijazno prosim, da premislite še enkrat. Premislite o tem, v kakšnem svetu živimo, saj ta svet je resničen, kot so resnične posledice naših dejanj. Otroci, ki živijo v miru in imajo vsak dan ustrezne obroke hrane, ki so vključeni v kakovostno izobraževanje, ki se lahko brezskrbno igrajo, imajo dobre možnosti, da bodo čez nekaj desetletij kot zdravniki, učitelji, vzgojitelji, inženirji in znanstveniki ter naši prihodnji voditelji in voditeljice skrbeli za nas. Otroci, ki so lačni, prestrašeni in jim grozi smrt, pa bodo verjetno postali borci za svobodo, teroristi in kriminalci, polni jeze in želje po maščevanju vsem, ki so jih oropali otroštva, oropali njihovega dostojanstva. No in v kakšnem svetu bi torej raje živeli? Prepričana sem, da v svetu, kjer vladata optimizem in pravičnost in ne strah in negotovost. Lakota, ki jo trpijo otroci, je še kako realna stvar, še posebej na konfliktnih območjih, kjer je dostojanstvo že tako ali tako na hudi preizkušnji. O rešitvah, no nekaj sem jih podelila tu z vami, ne smemo le razmišljati, moramo jih uveljavljati. Ozaveščanje ima pri tem seveda izjemno pomembno vlogo. Zato morda ne bi bilo slabo, če bi Združeni narodi na primer uvedli še en dan, en mednarodni dan, dan otrok prikrajšanih za otroštvo. Dan, ki bi se odražal tudi v naših izobraževalnih vsebinah in v javnih razpravah, da bi nas opomnil na škodo, ki jo lahko človeštvu povzroči pomanjkanje empatije, pozornosti in varnosti, namenjene otrokom v času, ko nas ti najbolj potrebujejo. In veste, zvečer, ko pridem domov iz službe, ko prebiram vse, kar se po svetu dogaja, ko se pripravljam na nastope, kakršen je ta danes, ko svetovalci pripravljamo vsebine za boljši jutri, si največkrat zastavim eno samcato vprašanje. Pa kdo so ti ljudje, ki pobijajo otroke? Kdo? Kaj se zgodi v človeku, da lahko to sploh stori? Ali ti ljudje sploh še vedo, kaj je to ljubezen, imajo sploh še radi koga na tem svetu? Ali samo sebe in vse, kar delajo, delajo pod plaščem za, kaj že? Svoj narod? Ne vem. Včasih res ne vem več. Hvala.
Hvala, predsednica, za te besede. Preidimo zdaj na eno lepših stvari, ki se odvijajo na našem drugem slovenskem humanitarnem forumu. Predsednica republike bo podelila nagrade, bo podelila priznanji učenkama, ki sta sodelovali pri nagradnem natečaju z naslovom Za svet brez lakote. Ta natečaj je že drugo leto zapored organizirala Slovenska Karitas, da bi mlade spodbudila k razmišljanju o enem najpomembnejših izzivov današnjega časa, lakoti. V svojih delih so učenke in učenci iz kar 57 slovenskih osnovnih šol izrazili svoje misli, ideje in sanje o pravičnejšem svetu. Zato čestitke vsem, ki ste sodelovali pri natečaju, vaša dela so izjemna. Saj prispevajo k ozaveščanju o neenakostih in krivicah, o konfliktih in podnebnih spremembah, s katerimi se še vedno soočamo v svetu. Priznanje za najboljše likovno delo pa prejme Luna Pekes Pavleković iz 9. razreda osnovne šole Vodmat. Priznanje za najboljše literarno delo pa prejme Lina Trtnik iz 8. razreda osnovne šole Sostro. Obe prijazno vabim, da se nama pridružite na odru. Lino bi prosila, da nam prebere odlomek iz njenega literarnega dela.
Reševanje problematike lakote v svetu je predvsem vprašanje solidarnosti in skupne odgovornosti. Lakota ni zgolj posledica pomanjkanja virov, temveč je rezultat pomanjkanja empatije in povezovanja med ljudmi. Zato moramo pri vseh ukrepih, od trajnostnega kmetijstva do pravične razdelitve dobrin, poudariti, da morajo temeljiti na solidarnosti, ki presega nacionalne in kulturne meje. Le s kolektivnim prizadevanjem, kjer se bomo med seboj podpirali, si delili znanje in vire, lahko ustvarimo svet brez lakote. Naša zaveza, da skrbimo za druge in njihove potrebe, mora postati temeljna vrednota, ki bo vodila naše delovanje. S skupnim delovanjem in zavzetostjo lahko zgradimo prihodnost, v kateri bo hrana dostopna vsem in kjer bo solidarnost ključno orodje za odpravo lakote. Vsem vam pa polagam na srce, da gledate skozi prizmo sočutja in vidite tudi na drugo stran zidu.
Lunino likovno delo lahko občudujemo na platnu in zdaj ga bo izročila predsednici za spomin. Luna, a bi želela kaj povedati, kaj si mislila, katere misli so te preganjale?
To, da so v bistvu besede naše predsednice zelo lepo opisale mojo sliko in pač tudi zahvala njej, tako da.
Hvala lepa Luni Lini, hvala lepa Slovenski Karitas, vseh učiteljicam in učiteljem, ki spodbujajo mlade k temu, da razmišljajo o solidarnosti, da so solidarni, sočutni in da razmišljajo o našem planetu. Hvala lepa torej predsednica Republike, ki nas že dlje časa podpira pri teh prizadevanjih in hvala vam res za vašo podporo. Naj ob koncu najavimo še eno od zavez, ki jih je Slovenija prevzela v prizadevanjih za svet brez lakote. V okviru 12 slovenskih razvojnih dnevov se bomo pridružili svetovni koaliciji za šolske obroke. S pobudo pod okriljem svetovnega programa za hrano želimo pripomoči, da bi do leta 2030 vsem otrokom po svetu v šoli zagotovili zdrav in hranljiv obrok. Vabim ministrico za zunanje in evropske zadeve Republike Slovenije Tanjo Fajon, da podpiše izjavo o zavezi za sodelovanje Republike Slovenije v koaliciji za šolske obroke ob prisotnosti namestnika izvršne direktorice Svetovnega programa za hrano, gospoda Karla Skava. Zdaj pa vabim na oder gospoda Ervina Hladnika Milharčiča, ki bo vodil panel na 2. slovenskem humanitarnem forumu.
Dobar dan. Good morning. My name is Ervin Hladnik Milhačić. I'm a journalist by trade. And the only qualification I have to moderate the panel is that I occasionally write and work in the places that will be mentioned today in the discussion. And I'm very glad to welcome the participants to the panel of the vicious circle between war and food emergency, or armed conflict and the food crisis, as it is called. The first I would like to ask to come to the stage is the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia, Madam Tanja Fajon. Please, come, go. I hope this works. And we are done with the political environment. Now we get to the hard work. Please sit down. Next is Filip Lazzarini, the Deputy Executive Director of an organization that doesn't need special introduction these days. Oh, he's the Commissioner of the United Nations Relief and Work Organization for the Palestinian in the Middle East. Then we have Karl Skau of the WFP, the World Food Program, the largest humanitarian organization in the world and the largest inside the United Nations, of course, and he's the Deputy Director of the organization and its Chief Operational Officer. And then we have from Malawi the head or the national coordinator of Caritas in Malawi, Madam Chimwemwe Ndoza Zumo. Please sit down. Now, the subject of our discussion is relatively simple, and I will try to frame it in terms of using Slovenia and its population as the measurement. The ladies and gentlemen who will be talking about armed conflict and the food crisis are dealing with a population of 2 million of Slovenia, which is exactly the population in danger now in Gaza, and a population and a half is on the verge of famine in Malawi, while in Lebanon there's a population and a quarter of Slovenia now displaced, and 260,000, which is the population of Ljubljana, is on the move to Syria. And how these people are trying to move herds of cattle and work between just two seasons, floods and droughts, and very often they do it in the middle of an armed conflict. And if you go Slovenia plus Slovenia plus Slovenia plus Slovenia and a half, we come to the number between 700 and 800 million people on Earth who need the support of the organizations that are sitting on this panel. I think 783 million is the latest figure on the WFP web page. And the first, and that's not all, the first panelist is Filip Lazzarini, sitting on my left. He's the Commissioner General of UNRWA. And your position is somehow difficult to describe, because on one side you have the oldest, the most renowned UN organization, which has been building schools and managing hospitals and caring for the welfare of Palestinians since 1949, and was established especially for them, and trying to protect them from being a target, not just of famine, but of military violence. And now your organization itself has become a target. And the latest figure, I think it's 240 members of UNRWA have been killed in the course of military actions in Gaza, and now the action is spread to the West Bank. And my first question is how, I know that talking about food security when your own organization is under threat seems maybe marginal, but we saw UNRWA going through different phases of crisis, political, military, and so on, but somehow famine in Gaza wasn't really an issue. We didn't hear about famine in Gaza until this year, and we heard it from you and from the WFP. This is new. How has it come to that we're talking famine in Gaza? I mean, we thought that the infrastructure there is secure. Yes, please, take the mic.
First of all, does it function? Yes. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here at this panel. I haven't been in Ljubljana for at least 35 years, so it was time for me to come back and to enjoy the hospitality, but also the very strong support that the organization is enjoying by the Slovenian people, but also by its government. Now, Erwin, you are asking, well, a simple question in a very complex type of environment we are dealing with. Two parts of the question. One is the agency and the attack the agency is under, and what does it mean? And the second one is how come a region which has never really encountered hunger, all of a sudden, months into the war, we started to talk about acute malnutrition, possibly teetering with a famine, which obviously we will debate later on, but shows to which extent hunger is also a weapon of war, because we are in a situation where the hunger has been completely man-made. Now, when we come to the organization I'm heading, it's an organization which basically provides human development activities to one of the most destitute community across the Middle East, being the Palestinian refugees. We primarily act like a government in the absence of a government by providing key services. Education for the children, primary health for the population, plus social protection safety net for the poorest among the poor within the Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan, in the West Bank, and in Gaza. Gaza is our main operation. 70 to 80% of the population are refugees, and hence we have our biggest footprint. Now, the relation with Israel has always been, we disagree with the reason of being of this agency, but in the absence of an alternative, we will have to find ways to cooperate with the organization. That has been the mantra until October 7. October 7, when this happened, when basically we started to hear politicians saying we have to destroy, the victory will be once Hamas has been destroyed, we started to hear politicians saying Hamas equal Gaza, which is also explained the dehumanization and the lack of empathy we have vis-à-vis the suffering of the people in the Gaza Strip. But at the same time, they also said we need to eliminate UNRWA, equating UNRWA to Hamas. And that's when, I would say, the attack and the pressure started on the agency. Operationally, as you mentioned, we have lost the highest number of UN workers since the creation of the United Nations. In 1 year, 232 staff members of the agency have been killed, most of them with their family. 70% of our infrastructure, more than 200 buildings, have been damaged or completely destroyed. These are primarily school or health center in the Gaza Strip. They used to be used as shelter where people went to seek the protection of the United Nations blue flag, and more than 600 people have been killed while sheltering in UN premises. They have been too frequently used also for military purposes, either by Palestinian armed forces, the Hamas, but also the Israeli army, because basically Gaza has become a battlefield. 90% of the territory is declared military zone where we are all under evacuation order. Plus we had staff which have been arrested and tortured in prison, and this has been also well recorded. In addition of a very difficult and certainly the most dangerous operating environment, there have been political pressure, there are legislative effort, there are social media campaign, there is a concerted offensive also coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Israel to try to convince other member states to defund the organization and telling them it is time to replace it. Now, what would it mean? This week, on Monday, normally, the Knesset might decide to outlaw the organization. Would such a bill be endorsed? First, it would mean the possible cessation of our activities in Gaza and in the West Bank and in Eastern Jerusalem. What is at stake? Today in Gaza, you have 1 million people who are below the age of 18. Among them, 650,000 kids living in the rubble, deeply traumatized of the age of primary and secondary school. If you get rid of an organization like ours, in the absence of a political solution, in the absence of an alternative, we will be sacrificing an entire generation of children from education. And education is the only thing which has never ever been taken away from the Palestinian. A lot has been taken away, but not education, which has always been their pride. The same would apply in the West Bank. At the time the Palestinian Authority is on its knees, on the edge of collapse, and certainly not in a position to take over these activities. Then legally, of course, we know that this would be a move against the spirit of the UN Charter, would be against the decision of the International Court of Justice, which has declared the occupation illegal, and this would be a further weakening of the international humanitarian law. But politically, it would also mean a further weakening of our common multilateral instrument that we have inherited after World War II. This agency has been created with the wish of all the members of the General Assembly of the United Nations. One member state would declare that we do not want to follow anymore on what the UN General Assembly has decided. If that is the case, anyone else, anywhere else in the world could say, if we have an inconvenient UN presence, we just go through a piece of legislation, especially in more autocratic or oppressive type of environment, and we outlaw the UN. And this would be makes the international humanitarian law even more irrelevant. And I keep telling member states, it's not just UNRWA. In the occupied Palestinian territories, anyone promoting support to the Palestinian Authority and to the two-state solution is slowly but surely being phased out. Other UN agencies see part of their vocal staff being phased out, and we have even member states which have been phased out, like recently Norway. And we can see today the attack on UNRWA, the pattern of the attack on UNIFIL in South Lebanon are exactly the same than the one we have experienced over the last year. You are infiltrated by Hezbollah, you are under control of Hezbollah, and hence we justify why we go against the wish of the Security Council. So here, I think a lot is at stake. Now, going back to the hunger, I mean, basically, Gaza, before the taking over of the Hamas, was a place where, there are a lot of business-like-minded people in the Gaza Strip. There was trade. People were, I wouldn't say well off, but had quite a normal life compared to other people in the region. In 2005, when Hamas took over, that's when the blockade on the Gaza Strip started to be put in place. There have been different periods since 2005. Number of conflicts have taken place, but the convoy and food aid has always been used to pressure the population in the Gaza Strip. Never as much as what happened after October 7. We should never ever forget that at that time, the Israeli establishment said nothing will enter anymore in Gaza. It's only after huge pressure of the international community that 3 weeks later, first trucks started to enter, but already at that time, we were in a situation where not only food was not available, but fuel was not available. And if you don't have fuel, bakeries do not function, hospitals do not function, water pumps do not function, and basically people started to be completely suffocated from the early stage. 1 year later, we can comment later on.
So we'll get to how this is possible later. Now I'd like to move to the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the WFP, which is present in Gaza and the West Bank and the whole area, but he has just come back from Lebanon with 2 appeals. One is, please keep the airport and the ports open so that relief can get in. And the second was the appeal for funds, which is a constant with WFP, with increasing needs in feeding the world and dwindling funds. Now, I have seen WFP in action, but then I looked at the figures of what you are. You have apparently 50 times the hardware of the Slovenian military. You have 5,000 trucks, 20 ships, and 132 airplanes. And so you move on a global scale between Afghanistan, where you're concerned with your female employees, and Gaza, where you have difficulties of access, although I understand that you were allowed to enter in late June while you are persona non grata, yes? And that's a very mild term that I have heard. So in Lebanon, as I said before, it's a Slovenia and something which is on the move, and people are moving, and the scale of the population of Ljubljana is moving into Syria, where you are dealing with 3 million. And so how does WFP manage or plans to manage the feeding of a whole country and if I understand correctly, it's a question of a few weeks before the resources will be dwindling.
Well, thank you, moderator. My first appeal was to stop the war. This war needs to end. But I'll come back to Lebanon, and if you allow me, I just wanted to start by thanking the organizers and the government for inviting me here today. The world is in a mess. It's a world on fire. And Slovenia is really one unique voice of reason in this messy world at the moment. I think the President's statement this morning was a good example of that, and I want to thank you, Madam President, for that statement, and I hope that Slovenians are proud about your leadership, about the leadership of your government. Your voice has been crystal clear on the Security Council this year in a very difficult environment. When I was in New York in September for the high-level week, there was a lot of buzz about Slovenia in the corridors, Slovenia being the consistent voice for principle and international humanitarian law. So you have really made a mark. I know it's tough when the winds blow, But I wanted to commend you for that and really thank you for that principled leadership. I also want to say that the way that you are now stepping up on the development cooperation is important. It's not volume that is always the most important. It also trajectory. You are increasing your contributions, and you're also finding new ways of working, and hence being a facilitator for impact. We will be signing later today a program where we are combining environment, food security, and gender empowerment in Kenya. And so by being focused, you are catalyzing impact, even though the overall volume is still relatively small. So really Slovenia having an impact on the world stage. And that's important, of course, because we have never seen more humanitarian needs around the world. It's unprecedented times, frankly. Since 2020, the acutely food insecure, and those are the ones who have had a shock. It's not the chronic food insecure that you were speaking to before. Those who have been hit by a conflict or a natural disaster has more than doubled in only 4 years, from 2020 to now. Our resources, while significant, as you pointed to, has remained the same, if anything, declined. So the big challenge that we are up against is how do we address this doubling of caseload? Over 300 million people acutely food insecure with the same resources that we had with half that caseload. And that's really what we are struggling with. On top of that, of course, we're up against completely new political complexities. In the countries where we operate, whether it's in northern Yemen or in Afghanistan, we are dealing with authorities or groups that are imposing impossible conditions on us. And frankly, I must admit as well that the geopolitical environment is not always helpful. And so these are new territories for us. But let me come to Lebanon. It's quite dramatic what is happening, both in terms of breach of any norms and standards that we have known, the way that UNIFIL has been impacted, the UN peacekeeping force in the south, but of course also a dramatic humanitarian situation. There is now about 1.2 million people who have left their homes. There are still some 30,000 to 40,000 people stuck in the south. We are trying to support them through convoys, through those front lines. We are so far supporting the people who have sought shelter in public buildings. So what happens is that the government has provided all the schools in Lebanon as shelters. So in every classroom, you're putting up sheets to divide the classroom into 8 or 10 rooms. Families stay in those rooms, and about 200,000 people live like that. And you can imagine with 100 adults now sharing 2 or 3 toilets that were built for children, the water and sanitation situation is catastrophic, but so is the food situation. And we are providing some 200,000 meals now on a daily basis. But of course, this war needs to stop rather sooner than later, or we will have to also find ways to support this population through the winter. Let me also comment on Syria, because that's in a way a forgotten crisis. The situation when it comes to food security in Syria is worse now than it was during the war. When I was there just now last week, I met mothers in Homs, and Homs is a completely destroyed city, as you may know, who said it was better during the war. The bombs were raining on us, but we felt we feel forgotten and neglected, and we have no food for our children. And these are now communities who are receiving thousands of people coming from Lebanon. So you can imagine, of course, the distress of those who are arriving, fleeing war in southern Lebanon, but also landing in communities who are already really on their knees. So it's a crisis on a crisis. And so far, the appeal that the UN has set out for Syria has received $0. So it's an appeal of $250 million, zero. And I think that's quite unprecedented 2 weeks into an appeal. But it shows how Syria is really lacking attention and support at the moment in the international community. I'll finally, though, end off on Sudan, because it would be wrong of me to sit on any panel without speaking to the issue of Sudan. It's by far the most extensive food security crisis at the moment. 25 million people, what is that, 12 Slovenians are acutely food insecure. It means that they don't know where the next meal is going to come from. 1 million people, and there is a family behind every number I'm talking about here. 1 million people are in the starvation phase. We haven't seen this in decades. We might have to go back to the end of the 80s in Ethiopia to find something similar. We have a declared famine in parts of Darfur. But what's new is that this is not only a crisis in Darfur. It's all over the country. It's in the Kordovans, it's in the capital, and it's all walks of life who have been impacted. While you can imagine maybe rural poor being the impacted, that's not the case right now in Sudan. It's everyone. No, the middle class is completely destroyed, and they are the IDPs now in cities that are overwhelmed, overcrowded, and where basic services have completely broken down. So Sudan happened, of course, a few months before Gaza, and where all the attention and energy was sucked out over Gaza, which, rightly so in many ways. But we need to also be able now to expand our bandwidth to be addressing what's happening in Sudan. And where I will end would be the President spoke about being naive in terms of speaking to solidarity, international cooperation, multilateralism, which was, I took away as the main message. I wouldn't say that that's naivety. This is also, I'm a humanitarian, so solidarity and humanitarian imperatives should be enough for me, but this is also self-interest. We knew from the pandemic that these issues are interconnected. We were as hit. If no one is safe, everyone is unsafe, was the slogan during the pandemic. We know from climate change that these extreme weather events that we're now seeing in Sahel are also hitting Eastern Europe this summer. And the conflict that we're seeing in North Africa, in the Horn of Africa, and in the Middle East will certainly impact Europe. Europe is not an island. This is the Europe neighborhood. And I think your leadership in terms of promoting international cooperation and support for conflict management, but also addressing humanitarian needs, providing stability in some of these parts, are in essence solidarity and humanitarian, but also enlightened self-interest, I would argue. Thank you.
Now we'll pass to the National Director of Caritas in Malawi. And let's try and complete please take the mic, yes. Let's complete the picture with a perspective from the ground where you live. The WFP is warning that in the south of the country there are between 2 million and 2.8 million people in danger of food insecurity. Is such a nice euphemism. It basically means that people wake up hungry and go to sleep hungry. Basically, it's a very uncomfortable situation to live in. But and you lead an organization that relies on local staff in the majority of its operations. So, please tell us what resources you have at disposal, what kind of a structure it is built in the country, and how the local communities react to the emergency that is being predicted for their part of the country.
All right, thank you so much. I should begin by saying I'm very grateful to be here, to be amongst all of us, including the President of Slovenia and other dignitaries. I'm very privileged to be here. So, as you are rightly saying, Malawi is one of the poorest countries in the globe, and at the moment is experiencing extreme hunger. It's not only Malawi, but it's across Southern Africa, where we are hit by the El Nino weather this year. But also just to mention that of recent, Malawi, among other countries, we have also been hit quite a lot with various kind of disasters, including droughts, as well as cyclones, which in the past we never used to, but it's mainly because of climate change issues that are impacting, of course, globally. But I think because of the geographical position of Malawi, these are hitting us hard. But again, maybe also just to mention that due to the current poverty levels, because Malawi is one of the poorest, and that's why maybe even the impacts are huge in terms of crises that we are facing. So as we are speaking, it's not only 2 million Malawians are going hungry at the moment, but it's 22% of Malawians who are in extreme hunger situation in phase 3 and phase 4, meaning that they can only go to bed maybe with one meal or even nothing at all without anything to eat because of the food crisis that we have been experiencing. This is coming from afar because of the compounded effects of the various disasters that we have been experiencing. So I was very happy to hear from the President's statement where she talked about children being some of the people who are hardly hit. And similarly in Malawi, a lot of children now are hardly hit in terms of this food crisis. We see a lot of increase in terms of malnutrition levels now because of lack of food. But again, even in terms of other social indicators like children not going to school because children can't go to school hungry. But again, we have also seen other factors like gender-based violence, for instance, where many Malawian men will leave the country, leaving the children, leaving the women, destitute, and they have to feed for themselves. And this have also increased other issues. So coming back to Caritas, which is Caritas Malawi, of course we're a church organization, but we don't discriminate in our initiatives because we target everyone, and our criteria of choosing who to target is based on the levels of vulnerability. So in this case, we are targeting everyone who is being affected by this crisis, and through the support we have gotten from a number of partners, including the government of Slovenia, through Caritas Slovenia, where we got some support towards those that are hungry, and now we are able to buy food and distribute. Of course, what WHP is also there actively supporting. So we are complementing government efforts in terms of reaching out to these people. So we have been able to buy food items, for instance, and also other non-food items. But again, medical supplies, because all these disasters, we had Cyclone Fred last year, which destroyed a lot of infrastructures, including public health facilities and schools. I was also happy, not happy per se, but I heard when he was talking that some schools, or even, is it you? Some schools are used for shelters. In Lebanon, yes. So it's the same in Malawi, where some schools have been used as shelters, and some health facilities have been destroyed completely, meaning that access to health is also another challenge. So we are also supporting in terms of reaching out to those affected, particularly the children, the women. We have the elderly who we are supporting with also medical supplies through the support we got from government of Slovenia. But we are also supporting in terms of water and sanitation, because the cyclones, even with the drought, now the water levels are very low, meaning that access to potable water is also quite challenging. So we are also supporting in terms of access to water facilities, where we are rehabilitating boreholes, because most Malawians will rely on groundwater and it's boreholes. So we have rehabilitated some boreholes, but also water treatment, because most of the water was also contaminated. So this is what we are doing as Caritas Malawi, among other things that we are doing. Of course, also providing psychosocial support services, because as we speak, because of the compounded effects people have had, now even they are stressed, they are traumatized. Everyone is traumatized, including even the workers themselves, because they are also partly affected. So as a church organization, through the support we get, we also offer such kind of support in terms of psychosocial guidance, and particularly targeting the women as well as the children who have been affected. So those are some of the things that we are doing. But as a church, in terms of our coverage, it's quite broad, because we reach out to everyone across Malawi, even in hard-to-reach areas where some of the international organizations are not managing to reach. But because we stay there, we have our structures there, and we have to reach them anyway, because we are part and parcel of the community. So we reach across Malawi. But the challenge is resources. We cannot manage to reach everyone because we have very limited resources. As we have heard from the panel, I think there are a lot of issues happening across the globe, and there's so much competition in terms of the resources, meaning that some of the countries have been really somehow forgotten, I would say so, over and above other challenges that are seen to be huge. I was happy to hear about South Sudan as one of the countries which is also being targeted by the WFP, which is quite good for us because most African countries, as we speak, they are suffering either war plus starvation, all sorts of things. So we are really struggling, but we are trying as a church, and we are still appealing for more support so that we'll be able to reach out to many people. Thank you.
No, we will switch now to a more political language with the Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, which has an easier job. She's dealing with 2 million people, and they are not hungry, and this is a small section of the problem, the food crisis. But, I don't know, and I remember Chaucer, this is the worst time, these are the best times. I mean, you have chosen to push for the membership of Slovenia in the Security Council of the United Nations at the best of times, probably, because these are definitely the worst of times, not just for the Security Council. What is new here, and I would like you to hear, I would like to hear what you think about. We regard whoever went anywhere in conflict area or in crisis area, and it had to go through checkpoints and show IDs, these accreditation up and down. You were never sure what these cats and birds on the shoulders of the military actually meant and what is their relations to you, and you felt insecure. A military checkpoint meant mobilization of all the little of mental capabilities that you have in those circumstances to get across. And then you saw the flag, the blue flag, I mean, and the stickers of the agencies, and suddenly you felt secure, okay, this is it's a strange environment, but this is security. It was true for Bosnia, but not maybe the end. The people in Srebrenica would most definitely object to this. But for a long time, it was also true for them until the situation collapsed. But it was true for Sudan. It was most definitely true for the West Bank and Gaza, the refugees in the camps in Jordan and Lebanon. The blue flag was security. Now, this seems to be not true anymore, sort of, at least in a part of the world with which we have been engaged for a long time. What do you tell your people who work at the Security Council about what a possible agenda to re-establish some kind of security might be? You lead the foreign ministry of a small country, but that has become relevant, at least temporarily, we hope for a long time, in an area that is the privilege of much bigger actors. What can you do? I mean, do you see an alternative? What's the role of a country like Slovenia in a situation like this?
Yes, thank you very much. Allow me first also to thank to all humanitarian workers, because maybe that is not really often heard, and the numbers of casualties that we've seen. And also thank to guests here, and especially the agency UNRWA, also the World Food Programme that we are really actively supporting, and we're trying to do our best. You gave me difficult questions, and I very much agree what was heard, that the world is in mess. And I would say that having experience in the Security Council and as a non-permanent member in the UN organization, what I fear is that we face a huge erosion of the rule of law and international law, humanitarian law, and the UN Charter. So the world is changing rapidly, and what we are trying to do as a small country is to be a voice of reasoning, the voice to bridge also the differences without having a big, heavy burdens from the past, and be the voice of sense and defending this international law and a UN charter. It is a very challenging time. What we see around us is around 55 armed conflicts, with climate change, with energy insecurity, with food insecurity. During the Security Council presidency, what we really tried to do is to be consistent in addressing this world crisis and to give everyone the floor to see how this multilateralism that we don't see being efficient today can have its mission back. This is protect peace and security. We focused on major crises from Middle East, war in Gaza, Russian aggression in Ukraine, and Sudan, with the purpose that we see there are many conflicts ongoing, and we need to make multilateralism effective again. And we need to build alliances among ourselves that we protect our international order. I mean, I had yesterday a very touching experience. Slovenia really tries its best in supporting humanitarian and development programs. Yesterday I had a chance to speak with 10 children, war victims from Gaza, that are being rehabilitated here in Slovenia. But this is only a very, very little number of all children affected that will never have the same life in Gaza or in the Middle East again. In Slovenia, we from the very beginning, if I just say a few words briefly on the Middle East, are calling, yes, we want to see the end of war. We need a ceasefire as a precondition that we can have a humanitarian access and a protection of civilians. I visited Rafah a few months ago, the border crossing Egypt to Gaza. And there was shocking to see that Rafah is closed since several months, that there are containers of humanitarian support, aids, machines that can preserve lives. Everything, name it, and it stopped and blocked there, and just a few kilometers further people are dying. And I very much agree with everyone, and I said it loudly several times, that in Gaza the starvation became a tool for the war. And people are dying because of famine. And because the humanitarian aid is not reaching them, because it's closed. So sometimes I feel we are failing on the test of humanity, but we have a common responsibility, and we have not to give up on that. So we are making our pressure, we are using all possible political tools, bringing some reasoning also to our partners in European communities. One thing is to speak about we need ceasefire, we need a humanitarian access, we need to prevent people from dying, we need a release of hostages, and we need a two-state solution. But implementation is a problem. These are all beautiful words, and I also say, my colleagues, if you're follow us. Follow us in making this treasure. Sorry, my batteria je šla. Hvala po domače, the battery is gone. So it is a permanent ongoing struggle. To make it brief, we have many resolutions in the Security Council. We were even co-sponsoring the first one as E10 non-permanent members for a ceasefire in Gaza. We have 4 resolutions by today, and none is implemented. This is the currently situation. With UNRWA, we had, from the very beginning, we were, even from allegations, we never stopped the support because we know, and you heard it well, how indispensable the agency is for the situation on the ground. And I do hope that you will not be outlawed, what we are now really all working hard, because this is indispensable and there is no alternative for the agency and for support on the ground. So I could go on and go on a very long time. I think we will continue in Security Council. I think just today there is a new proposal on the table from Norway, but it speaks about illegal settlements and the acts of the government in Israel. What are the responsibilities of the government on Israeli settlements? And we are always engaged also in calling implement ICJ, sanction further also the Israeli government, because what we are seeing is violation of international law, humanitarian law, and UN Charter. And the conflict is spreading in the region, and it's absolutely not the region that is the only one. Like Africa, it's not forgotten. We are always putting it on the agenda, and we can continue and doing best with our partners. Also, I see Caritas, our Slovenian partner, that's very important for us. Currently in Madagascar, we are finishing a school, and I do hope that every child in this school will have also a free meal in the near future.
But Minister, let me stay with you for a second. You mentioned the violations of international law and international humanitarian law and the UN Charter. This is heavy. But we have been hearing this before. I mean, sort of the countries that elected Slovenia to be a non-permanent member were complaining to your staff that there are double standards and that for some countries the international law is the gospel truth and they cannot break it. For the others it's completely ignored. But haven't we reached a threshold? You know, we're not just talking about breaches in international law, but complete negation, and we are discussing not just humanitarian relief, but survival of a whole group of people that calls itself a nation. I mean, is there an urgency for action that maybe has to go beyond concern and most severe? What's the diplomatic terminology that you use in this circumstance? It sounds threatening, but is the urgency now of a different scale that it was even 2 years ago? I mean, this looks like a very crucial moment for international law. And here, for the country that you represent, it must be a question of survival also. I mean, with these stories about the collapse of the international order and so on, Slovenia has very little but the international law in terms of protection. As a country, you need a web of mutual guarantees to keep you secure. Is the urgency felt in your discussions with your colleagues in the European Union or at the Security Council?
Let me first say a simple answer, even though it's not very simple. If every member today of United Nations would respect a UN Charter, the world would be perfect. But the reality today is completely different. Look at the Security Council, where we, since the beginning of Russian aggression, we have one fundamental member that is violating UN Charter. This is the beginning of maybe erosion, what is happening, and the effectiveness of the Security Council. We have ICJ decisions when you look to the situation in Gaza and illegal settlements, and it's not from yesterday. But the countries that are even part of the ICJ, like Israel, is not respecting it. So at least what I can say with very strong empathy is that Slovenia is on the right side of the history, because we are consistent on what we are saying, and we are bringing these issues at the table, and we are calling on each partner that is sitting at the table, be it UN, that I still believe it's the strongest and the most powerful international organization that has a mission to preserve peace and security. Follow the rules. Do it. Yes, I agree, we have to adapt it to the current situations. We have to reform. We have to make multilateralism more effective. But it requires joint commitment. Do we have this joint commitment and willingness? In all our governments, no, we don't. We start with Europe, where we don't. So we can continue, and we are a small country, but we are a very loud country. And I can make it very clear that our voice is very much heard, maybe not so much in Slovenia. I wish that that would be the case, but outside I think we are quite loud.
So that's why I'm here to tell them. Philippe Lazzarini, your organization has been now the subject of double standards on a massive scale. I mean, and I'll repeat the question to you. Have we reached a threshold as far as one of the most venerable UN agencies is concerned. I mean, do you feel that it's a question of survival for UNRWA too? And is there a need for a different type of mobilization inside the political world to address the survival of not just the people you protect and school and build hospitals for them, but with 2/3, if I understood correctly, of your infrastructure destroyed in Gaza, the question is how far can this go? What is the next step? What do you expect from the political world in terms of actions? What are you urging them to do?
I think the attack on UNRWA needs to be read in the broader context of how things are developing in the Middle East. The real attack on the motivation of the attack on UNRWA have absolutely nothing to do with neutrality issues, the way a number of politicians today are trying to depict. Even the author of the piece of legislation reckon that the primary objective is once for all to put an end to the refugee status of the Palestinian. And putting an end to the refugee status today in a context where you have a parliament which has clearly expressed its opposition to any two-state solution, when we know we have a government who is waiting the best occasion to look at annexing what they call Judea Samaria, which is the occupied Palestinian territories of the East Jerusalem and the West Bank, basically, by attacking the agency, you are weakening the aspiration of the Palestinian for self-determination, and you are weakening the stand of the international community for a two-state solution. Now, let me also make a general comment. I think when we talk about the state or the mess in which we are in, our Secretary General at the opening of the GA was talking about the crisis of impunity. I think we have seen, indeed, that there is a blatant, unabated disregard of international humanitarian law. Basically, all the possible red lines have been crossed. I don't think we can cross much more than what we have seen. Yes, we will be the next stage, but once this stage has been realized, there is not much more to cross. And each time, this is taking place without any cost. I mean, yes, there are a lot of condemnation, disagreement, there is a lot of outrage, and it's important to be vocal, and we are also within the UN, as you say, Minister, trying to be on the right side of the history, and this is what is guiding our approach and our call. But let's be honest, for the time being, none of those who could have a leverage on this conflict have used any of this leverage. We are just trying to convince, to persuade, but, it did not have any impact. Europe, starting with Europe, the main trade commercial partner. I mean, we are still the main trade commercial partner. I'm not saying that we have to stop, but that could be put on the table because part of the trade agreement talks about respect of human rights. Now, talking about the double standard, the feeling in the Middle East and in the broader global south is that, indeed, IHL or all these multilateral instruments are instruments for the winner or the stronger, but it's not necessarily applied elsewhere. In the Arab world, I mean, this is a very, very strong feeling, which is fueling even more the polarization between the Arab world and the global north. I have in my school now children saying, why are you teaching human rights? We have a human rights program. Why do you do this? Because anyway, it does not apply to us. So you have after that to explain that, a world where you do not have any references anymore or regulatory framework. It's also a world sinking into barbarism. The problem we have seen in this particular context I'm dealing with is that no one is capable to express dual or mutual empathy. Either people are blindly behind Israel, the right of defense, the right of vengeance after the terrible trauma massacre of October 7, and this never has to be underestimated, or we are blindly and rightly so, we have this solidarity, this expression for, an unspeakable living condition under brutal war we are watching on a daily basis on social media, on our TV, and the empathy goes for the Palestinian or for the Israeli, but there is still an absence of mutual empathy, understanding that what's being inflicted to the Palestinian is just unjustifiable. It's absolutely horrible. It hasn't been seen, I would say, for decades now. It's a context which horrified the most possible seasoned humanitarian workers or journalists who have been in war context. And on the other hand, the trauma which has hit Israel might not have been fully understood or grasped at the beginning in the global south. And here we have, I would say, a situation where two main entities do not talk the same language anymore. And I think through this, that's what makes me the most concerned when it comes to the future of our universal tools that we have inherited after World War II. And here, there is an urgent need. We will see there will be a conference also on the Geneva Convention. It is important that there is a recommitment on not on opening the Pandora box and to reinvent the Geneva Convention or IHL, but there is an urgent need of a recommitment, but also to make the accountability something more tangible beyond the call and the words we are being used for far too long over the last decades.
And the WFP flies the same blue flag that UNRWA is working under. And you have, you have this global operation going on where you solve the same problem in contexts that were incomprehensible and incomparable many times. Do you see a trend that your operations, I'd say, moving trucks from Chad to Darfur, where Chad is itself an emergency after the floods, or any other situation in which you operate, might come under the same double standards, let's put it in terms of respecting the international law as what we see in Gaza. Is the fear that this might be an alibi for other military forces to say, well, if it's not valid there, why should it be valid here? Do you encounter any kind of this logic in your operation?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there are references made to Gaza in Sudan, in Yemen to Syria. I mean, I think, it all hangs together. So that's why what the minister said about consistency is so important, that what you point out in Ukraine has got to be the same as in Gaza or in Sudan or in Yemen or in Myanmar, for that matter. It's only by being consistent that you build the credibility that you need to actually then build those alliances that you spoke about, so that you can bring in the world community behind those principles and push the perpetrators to the wall. And I would just, again, reiterate what Felipe said about there needs to be accountability. There are many resolutions now pointing. There was a resolution in May on safety and security of humanitarian personnel that we really appreciate, that Slovenia, together with Switzerland and a few others, put on the table. We need to make sure now that that resolution is implemented, and when there are incidents, that it's being followed up and that we hold people to account and that there is consequences. The same on this resolution on food and conflict. I mean, there are evidence about using food as a tool for war. Now, in a number of contexts, use that resolution and make sure that there is accountability and follow-up, and frankly point to the Council that if you adopt these resolutions, you are responsible also for the implementation, or you are actually undermining your own credibility and legitimacy. So I can't enough underline the importance of the voice of Slovenia in being consistent on the principles, bringing together the broader world community around these principles, and also being a voice for accountability and follow-up. It's always hard to speak about oneself, but I want really, and that was one of the reasons I really wanted to come here, to share with the Slovenian public how important this voice is at the moment, and that indeed, Minister, you are allowed and you are setting a direction for others to follow, and it is making a difference. And certainly for us humanitarians, it's an inspiration. And I must again thank the President this morning for her statement, because really, that's something that I will bring back, share with my colleagues, because that's energy for us as well, to nurture us in our battle to move forward. Let me also, because Philippe has been humbled to speak about UNRWA, this conversation about replacing UNRWA in Gaza. I mean, it's not as if UNRWA is just another UN agency in Gaza. I mean, it is the institutional glue that holds Gaza together, and has been so over decades. And it's more important now when the place is falling apart than ever before. So to think that there are others who can step in and do what UNRWA does, is nonsense, basically. And I want that to be also made very clear. And really, kudos to all the UNRWA workers on the front line who are doing heroic work in impossible circumstances. We are supporting as much as we can, but that's very much on the margin. But maybe to finish off on a more positive note, because we are all now speaking about these dreadful conflicts and all the challenges, the School Meals Coalition is such a positive opportunity. In 2021, when the world came together for the World Food System Summit, a group of countries came together and committed to try to roll out universal school meals until 2030. Because it's a concept that has so many positive side effects or effects at large. It's not only about providing a nutritious meal every day to every child. It's also about incentivizing children to come to school. It's often girls who come to school much more often if there is meals provided for, because the families send them there. But in the concept that we promote, you're also buying the food locally, so it promotes local farmers. We're employing women from the local community into those kitchens. So it has a massive impact also on the community as we roll this out. And there is a very positive trend. Millions and millions of children every year now is having this opportunity. I'm going to go from here next week to Indonesia, where the new president that came in over the weekend, was inaugurated over the weekend, has committed, and that's his number one election promise, to roll out school meals in Indonesia. And if you know the number of people in Indonesia, that's not a small deal. I don't know how many. There are 85 million school children in Indonesia. So that's 42 Slovenias just in one go. And so WFP is there to support them to roll this out. President Lula of Brazil is making this his top priority for G20 later in the year. So here there is momentum and there is something positive, and I'm so happy also that Slovenia joined the group to push this forward towards 2030 today. Thank you.
Madam Zobo, you are also on the board of Caritas for the whole of Africa. Do these themes resound when you discuss the Pan-African situation? I mean, do you hear about the same problems, or there are specifics that are not included in the way we approach the food crisis?
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, across Africa, the things that are being discussed here is what we hear. We hear the most, and our only concern is that at times we feel like we are left out because now there are all these competing kind of priorities across the globe. But in terms of conflicts issues, I think across Africa we have many countries who are now in the conflicts. Not only wars, but even due to climate change issues. We had instances in the Horn of Africa where the pastoralites, because as Africans we also believe in agricultural issues, so the pastoralites, the people who keeps animals, because that's their culture in the Horn of Africa, we are also scrambling in terms of land, in terms of water, because water is now scarce due to the droughts, and all that also cause a lot of conflicts which are also affecting even humanitarian response, even as well as other issues across the country. So we resonate with what is being discussed here. But again, maybe just also to add that in as much as we are focusing on all war-torn zones, but we should also not forget that there's also possibility, even in those other areas where now there seems to be peace, but because of these challenges that are across coming out, people now are not living the way we're supposed to live. There's so much tension, such that anything can cause a bigger thing. So as we are targeting those that are in the war zone tone, but also have to balance up in terms of also looking at other issues that are emanating, like addressing the root causes of climate change issues as one of the issues. Also looking at other issues, for instance, maybe economic instabilities, which are also across Africa, which are also somehow causing this tension, political tensions, and in other countries we have seen that now they are in deters, there are conflicts even coming into war now because of the economic instabilities that are there. So the war is across, even in terms of these other areas where there is no war at the moment. But coming back to Malawi, even in terms of food insecurity issues, is also somehow causing tension because at a household level, for instance, where there's no peace, because people have no food, obviously there will be issues to do with gender-based violence, where we are seeing a lot of women being abused, a lot of girls being abused sexually, even physically, and we see a lot of migration, people migrating, forced migrations, a lot of internal displacements, where people are leaving their normal homes to stay somewhere else, and that also has repercussions in terms of a human being. We have seen a lot of losses and damages that are happening, even non-economic losses and damages, which now, of course, we know is also on the agenda on COP UNFCCC agenda, where we are seeing a lot of damages and the losses, but also focusing on the non-economic losses, which most Africans are also experiencing at the moment, because we have seen heritage loss, we have seen people dying, and from the reasons which can be solved, of course, but also from reasons that we are not solely the problem, because when we talk about climate change issues, it's globally, it's coming from afar, issues to do with the emissions and so forth. So I think as the government of Slovenia, because you have all those voices, I know those forums, maybe apart from the Security Council, but also maybe in climate change forums where we can also speak in terms of how do we reduce these root causes of conflicts that are emanating across Africa or across the globe generally. Thank you.
So we will slowly direct the conversation towards the end, but we have two guests in the audience. And one is Dr. Gabriele Fontana, which is the UNICEF's Regional Health Advisor for Europe and Asia. And we have Jelena Stijačić of ICRC, the regional delegation in Belgrade, which is also responsible for a few other countries, including Slovenia. And I would like Dr. Gabriele Fontana to address, if somebody can give him a microphone, how does UNICEF find itself in this discourse? Your director just came back from Lebanon also and was expressing the same concerns that the WFP had about the situation there, but the context of your operation is also global. You have a reach that goes way over the Middle East.
Thank you, Erwin. It's a pleasure to be here today representing UNICEF. And it was very interesting to listen to the colleagues on the panel on very challenging and sometimes sad issues, complex issues that we're dealing with. I'd like to highlight a bit how the most vulnerable population is affected nutrition-wise by all this crisis, and those are children. And I feel that half of my job is already done. Thank you to Dr. Natasha Musar, because in your opening remarks, you put children at the center of the discussion from the get-go. And so, as a father myself, as a medical doctor, and as a civil servant from UNICEF, thank you for that. And thank you for the commitment that you're showing. Last year, approximately 45 million children under 5 years of age were affected by acute malnutrition. And Erwin, using your metrics, that's 22 times the population of Slovenia, to put it in perspective. Conflicts are still the largest driver of food crisis, and there is not only the urgency of keeping children alive, there are long-term consequences to this. Children that are affected by malnutrition over time suffer from stunting, which is a condition that impairs your physical and mental growth. So basically, we are severely limiting the potential of our future generations. This requires an urgent action, has it already been articulated very clearly. As UNICEF, we work tirelessly to prevent children from suffering of malnutrition and treating children that are malnourished. Last year, we reached 12 million children in 73 countries. And this becomes very difficult when humanitarian corridors are not respected. You probably know that half of the population in Gaza is children. And without a safe and continuous humanitarian access, it becomes very difficult to reach them. We have nearly 60,000 children at risk of chronic malnutrition now. And so when you think of humanitarian corridors, they're not just a diplomatic objective. They are a critical element to deliver essential services for children. Similarly, in Sudan, 500,000 children are in need of treatment. This is not prevention, this is treatment, meaning they're already severely malnourished. Okay? The declaration of famine clearly signals that we have reached a tipping point. Again, humanitarian access is paramount. I was also in Ukraine in June, by the way. I go there regularly. And I went to Dnipro, and we moved very close to the line of conflict. For the first time in 2 years and a half, I saw how the infrastructure has been damaged. The capacity is being compromised. There are power outages in Kyiv multiple times a day. And in Ukraine, like in many other places on the planet, the suffering of children put humanity at shame. There is no other way around it. Okay? Now, these crises require immediate intervention, but they also require to build resilient systems, building a future where food and nutrition crises will not affect the survival and development of our children. So let me conclude by saying that the government of Slovenia holding this event clearly reaffirms the interest and role that Slovenia wants to keep playing in food and nutrition globally. UNICEF is the agency that coordinates the nutrition response in emergencies through the cluster system, working with incredible champions and partners like WFP, like the Red Cross, like Caritas, and many others. Starting in January next year, Slovenia, for 3 years, will be on UNICEF Executive Board. We're looking forward to it as an opportunity for greater collaboration, including in strengthening the food and nutrition response in humanitarian settings for children everywhere. Let's be naive together, if we need to. Let's be the voice of reason, and let's make a difference for children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and please pass the microphone to Madam Jelena Stijačić of ICRC. You know, ICRC has been, we always regarded ICRC as the good guys of this story. The Red Cross was never understood as a target, although it's very practical with the way it looks. Now, is the my English just collapsed. Invulnerability of your staff still a fact, or do you encounter similar difficulties that the other organizations do? Are you still the exception in this, in terms of having access to everybody and everybody treating you as an operative that has the doors open?
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, we are not for a long time. You're right, no exceptions. ICRC, unfortunately, like many other colleagues, have less and less success. And for us as well, this world is getting very mad and very crazy. I'm here today. First of all, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be on behalf of the president of the ICRC, Mirjana Špoljarić, who unfortunately could not be here today. Allow me to greet you all, to thank you for inviting International Committee of the Red Cross to this great event. It is very difficult to speak after Madam President. You know, I have no words to say after this very touchy and very, full speech of everything what we all suffer today. Also from distinguished colleagues from the international organization, we heard many very defeating information and data. Let me perhaps add a couple more which are randomly chosen, which speaks for themselves. 1 person out of 11 worldwide today facing hunger. 1 out of 11. 40 of them live in Africa. 40% of them live in Africa. 82% living in countries affected by armed conflict. This March, 158.5 million people in West Africa did not have sufficient food consumption. In northeast Nigeria, hospital report 24% increase in the number of young children suffering from malnutrition compared to 2023. And the numbers are rising, and this statistic must not go on. It must stop. No mother should choose between her own survival and that of her child. And we all are here together with our hosts to try to change this. You know that ICRC, by its mandate, Geneva Conventions were mentioned, is an organization which acts in conflict areas. It has its mandate to be present to bring assistance and protection. As you mentioned, it's becoming more and more difficult, and it's a vicious cycle. International organizations are prevented to deliver. Ms. Fayon talks about food and assistance standing few kilometers, even few hundred meters far from the clients, not being able to deliver. We spoke a lot about humanitarian aid being a tool to fight, and unfortunately we are all witnessing this situation of today. The ICRC is still fighting. We are not giving up. We are trying to address the food insecurity in a holistic way as well. We try to make an impact that lasts. And the ICRC, because of that, determined also a very significant, large budget for this very issue in 2024. And this was only possible because of generosity, because of trust of our donors, And I want to use this opportunity to warmly thank to the government of the Republic of Slovenia for its extraordinary support to the International Committee of the Red Cross. Thank you very much indeed. You make our work possible within all very difficult circumstances. Once again, I'm very honored to be here today, and thank you very much to allow me to speak. Thanks.
We shall be ending this shortly, but it's not the end yet. Let's have a short last circle of how is the vicious circle. We didn't break the circle. I think it's still vicious as it was at the beginning of the discussion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, why I want to come in was to just say that, UNICEF, you referenced that the director from, the deputy from UNICEF was also in Lebanon last week. We actually traveled together. We work very closely with UNICEF. I speak to my colleague on a daily basis, basically. We also work very closely with ICRC, of course. We often brag that in the UN system we are the frontline actors, but when we get there, ICRC is often already there. They are really the frontliners, but also there we have a close collaboration. We helped a group of ICRC colleagues who got stuck in Lebanon with a flight 2 weeks ago to get them out. And not least, of course, the local organization, the national organizations. You are really the heroes who are really the ones delivering in the most hard-to-reach areas. But we need to increasingly also work through you and strengthen the national capacities. It makes no sense often to fly in expensive internationals, but really to find a model where we work through the nationals and strengthen that national capacity. And why I say that is that while we are asking you for more funding, more political support, it's also upon us, of course, to make the most use of the resources we have. We need to get as far as possible on every euro we manage to mobilize, and part of that is that we work closely together in a coordinated way. And I wanted to use this occasion also to say that we are not independent entities here. We have a system and we work very closely together, and we are committed to bring to the table to do even better going forward. That said, though, we also need your political and financial support. Thank you.
And Filippo Lazzarini, I was warned by the organizer not to finish this in a clinical depression mood, because I think they don't have the medical resources present. But I will leave the temptation and ask you, who are your allies? I mean, who do you rely on besides Slovenia and the support at the Security Council? Who do you work with? Who is standing by you no matter what, even when the General Secretary of the United Nations is declared a persona non grata in the field of your operations? Who are your friends?
The feeling, we have 33,000 staff in the region. The feeling right now is that we operate in an extraordinary adverse hostile environment. And we can see the campaign from what I would describe the detractor or the government of Israel is absolutely brutal. And possibly, I don't know if it reached Ljubljana, but almost all the donor capital have been demarched by the detractor, member of the parliament, to call for the defunding, but the dismantling of the agency. So there is this feeling. But having said that, there is an extraordinary solidarity vis-à-vis the organization. First of all, last year, we never ever, received so many individual support from private donors to the agency. We usually did only 10, 15, 20 million. We are not UNICEF for the brevet for that. But this year, we reached 180 million, just for the operation in the region. We never had so many government from the global south contributing to the agency. Of course, it does not compensate the freeze coming from the main donor, the United States, but we had countries no one would ever expect that they would contribute to the agency. But it was a kind of a pride. So we have also, I mean, thanks to the initiative of Slovenia, Jordan, and Kuwait, we had 123 member states signing up to share commitment vis-à-vis the agency, saying that we need this agency, it is absolutely indispensable. Now, let's try for a moment not to end with, as you say, the grim, bleak, and let's dream a little bit, because I think, Madam the President, you have put the children in the center. We put the children at the center of our political argument, explaining why it would be completely foolish to throw the baby with the water before there is an alternative. And an alternative in our context is a lasting and fair political solution. Now, no one's really know what will happen after the 5th of November, which direction things, how the election will impact the Middle East. But let's try to be positive. There will be day after in Gaza. Now, there will be a long day in between the day we have a ceasefire and the day we have the necessary confidence of the international community to massively invest again in Gaza. That's what I call the day in between. We as an agency, and on top of that, no need to reinvent the political solution. Everybody knows what the political solution is all about. It's a question of will, political courage, and political leadership. We need to make it happen. I mean, the solution has been fought through for decades now. Everyone knows it. In any transition, our agency can provide an extraordinary positive role in bringing back into a learning environment hundreds of thousands of girls and boys living right now in the rubbles and being deeply traumatized. We can provide to millions of Palestinian refugees the primary health care until the day there is a proper Palestinian governance authority or state taking over these activities. We have been, for 75 years, a lasting temporary organization. Maybe, if we are genuinely committed to a transition and a day after, we can reinstate the temporary nature of an agency which always should have been temporary. Absolutely not.
So we have 5 more minutes, and I'll ask the minister, please tell us, in the stack of papers on your desk, where are the issues about which we were talking today? I mean, how much of a priority in your daily work is this dramatic situation
I would say it's my life. It's absolutely my priority day by day, because the situation is really so challenging, and we are committed with my heart to what we do. But I will also use this opportunity, and thank you to UNICEF, ICRC, we are fully working with you, but I will use a bit of self-criticism, because sometimes it's good also to be self-critical, to do things better, and we do have to do better when it comes to adequate financing. And this is my permanent struggle also back at home. With my team, with my director and his team, we are really struggling hard to have adequate financing for the development, humanitarian aid. We are far from there. We are increasing it with a really hard work. And why I'm saying, because I would like to use all of you to raise that voice, also here in Slovenia. Because quite often when you talk to people, or even in the government, or in the institutions, there is lack of understanding. Why do we need adequate financial resources to help people in need around the world? And we are doing our best, and we will be the voice of that, but we also have to do best and different here in Slovenia in terms of predictability. Because if we know how to not only manage financial resources in advance, but also prevent conflicts. I was just this morning, when you say how big is the pile of my work opening the water convention in Slovenia with 11 new participants, mostly from Africa. It's a 10th anniversary, how to manage water in conflicts and prevent conflicts. And Slovenia is a front runner, I can tell you, and it's good to see so many new members. Tomorrow we will have 600 participants on water diplomacy. That it's also one of the core struggle in our diplomacy, where we have a know-how and we have experience. So the pile is huge from day to day, but we are, to make it on an optimistic note, I was never in my life be very big pessimist, because especially in politics you learn that pessimism doesn't resolve the problems. So we should not give up.
So this was the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia, Tanja Fajon. We had Filip Lazarini of UNRWA, Karl Skau of WFP, Madame Chimwemwe Nyambozi Zovo of Caritas Malawi and Africa, the whole of it. My name was Erwin Hladnik-Milhocic, and this was our panel. Please, an applause for these fantastic people. Please appreciate the fact that I kept all the dark and negative questions to myself.
To our afternoon panel, where we will focus on food security from development perspective. I would kindly like to invite OECD DAC Chair Carsten Stauer to present the peer review that was recently done on Slovenia development cooperation and humanitarian assistance. Slovenia has been member of the OECD DAC since 2013 and gained quite some experience during this time. And in particular, this membership in the DAC is very valuable because of the possibility of peer learning of other donors in international community. So Denmark and Switzerland did, together with the Secretariat of the OECD DAC, a peer review, which will be now officially launched by dear colleague Carsten Stauer. Carsten, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Edwin, for this, and also just to say that, of course, this is my second visit to Slovenia with a relatively short time span. I was here also last year for the Development Days, and I think it's a unique opportunity to bring together all stakeholders in the development discussion and discourse in a country to get basically testing each other's ideas, getting new ideas from invited speakers, and basically developing the quality and the commitment to development cooperation, which I think is really unique, and I want to praise what you're doing here. Slovenia, of course, has an international leadership role in many ways, a small country, but big impact. I just said to the foreign minister that actually there is a lot of ambition in Slovenia to be the traditional word is punching about its weight, but it's also basically to take on a responsibility for some of the global issues that are out there and need attention, and where some of the bigger players are not actually capable or interested in going into the substance matter, and where small countries like Slovenia can play a role. The fact that you are now a member of the Security Council this year and next year, I think add to your impact and also add to your potential to drive global agendas across the board. You're doing it, and I want to praise one issue in particular, which is the gender issue, where we have a firm commitment from Slovenia to gender equality, to move that needle, to move that agenda forward. And from the DAC point of view, where we just adopted a recommendation on gender equality, it's really important to have allies like Slovenia to move that forward in the real world. So many thanks and a lot of appreciation for the role that you're doing. Edwin said that you joined the DAC in 2013, and that of course means that you are still one of the newer member states of the DAC. The committee, the Development Assistance Committee of the OECD, was established even before the OECD was established in 1960. So we have more than 60 years of experience in basically doing the two things that we do: standard setting and peer learning. It's the DAC that defines what is development assistance. It's the DAC that see basically whenever you do an allocation, is this development assistance or is it not development assistance? That is decided by the DAC, and the whole percentage calculations of what is the official development assistance of a country is done by the DAC. So in that standard setting way, to define what is development assistance and what is not, what is development cooperation and what is not, the DAC plays an important role. It also, as Edwin was saying, plays an important role in peer learning. We're all good at something, and we're all maybe not as good at some other things. So the DAC provides a unique platform to learn from each other. Not just the committee, also the networks and the communities of practice of the OECD are important. And that's one area where we really want to see more of Slovenia in the future. That there are networks on poverty, there are networks on inequality, on gender equality, on environment issues and climate change issues. There are a number of networks, communities of practice on private finance, for instance, where we want to see more, and we want to invite Slovenia to take on an even more important role in the future than what you've been doing in the past. The DAC peer reviews are meant to be originally every 5 years, now more every 6 or 7 years, an opportunity to assess the entire development program of a country, of a member state. It is done by peers, which means that, as Edwin was also saying, Switzerland and Denmark actually, together with the Secretariat, did the peer review of Slovenia. Slovenia will now, in its next iteration, be part to the peer review of Canada. So colleagues from Slovenia will take part in actually assessing what is the Canadian. And then the Canadian peer review, Canadians will be assessing another country. So it's a mutual obligation, a mutual accountability, where we ask member states to look at each other and learn from each other. And of course, the fact that we have one country looking into another country always opens the door for some observations that you may not have been aware of yourself. So I think the experience that we have with peer reviews, that they are really good. And then they also done in collaboration with the country in question. So the hypotheses are tested, observations are tested, recommendations are tested. So what this has brought forward for Slovenia is a peer review with 10 recommendations that are the suggestions of the DAC to the government of Slovenia, to all the stakeholders in Slovenia. This is what you should be doing over the next 2-3 years in order to move your development cooperation even further in the right direction. The point, of course, of departure is that you have been doing quite good. The last peer review, the first peer review of Slovenia, took place in 2017. There was a midterm review in 2020, which basically said that all the recommendations that you got in the first peer review, you had acted upon. So a lot of satisfaction on basically a country living up to the recommendations, taking them forward, and using them to improve the quality and also, to a certain degree, the quantity of its development cooperation. So, and this goes for the same for this peer review. This is a good peer review. When I go into the recommendations, you will maybe find, this is negative. This is where we point to how you can do better. But the point of departure is that this is a positive peer review, and you are doing good. Slovenia is doing good, but of course, anybody who's doing good can do even better. And the ambition here is to push, to support, to help countries move on the quality ladder and also move on the quantity ladder. So the recommendations that you have in front of you here, 10 recommendations all in all. I'll say a few words about them in 4 clusters because some of them are interrelated. The first 3 recommendations point to the need for more focus. Then looking at all the allocations, all the commitments, all the payments that are made in the Slovenian Development Cooperation Program, there is a sense that it is too dispersed. It could benefit in terms of quality, in terms of impact, in terms of results, of more focus. That in many ways would mean more concentration, bigger projects, bigger allocations, more investments in a single allocation or a single project commitment, which will allow for better coordination, better alignment, a more clear context of the individual development activity. So it's basically saying that there is, in what the reviewers and what the Secretariat went over, too many small standalone activities, and that there would be room for looking at them, focusing, consolidating, looking at more transformative, more connected aid activities. And it goes for the fact that, for instance, when they're looking at the numbers that are quoted in the report, that Slovenia, with its development program, is active in 52 different countries. Slovenia is active, or was at the point when this study was made, active in 17 different countries in Africa with a limited, very, very limited exposure in each country. So the sense of the need to consolidate, the need to increase focus is very strong from the peer review. And especially when it comes to Africa, less so when it comes to your primary objectives, which of course is the Western Balkans and the European neighborhood. There you are, I think, more focused and I think that's basically the reason. But so the focus is especially when it comes to the commitment in Africa, which are limited in size and basically distributed on too many different partners. So the argument here, can you consolidate? Can you focus your activities a bit more? And the same goes on the multilateral level. Things have happened there, I know, for over the last few years, but the same argument basically. A lot of allocations, a lot of contributions are paid to in very small installments to fairly many organizations, and the development impact of that is limited, more limited than it would have been had you consolidated and focused more, engaged more also political capital in fewer and larger partnerships. So I think that is something that was seen by the review team, was seen by the Secretariat. I know that part of it has already been looked into and acted upon, but it's important to have that message up front, that kind of consolidation, that kind of focus is actually one of the main cluster of recommendations. Then the second cluster I would, and that of course is politically even a bigger challenge, is on quantity, on volume, on the level of ODA compared to DNI. The UN established in 1970 a 0.7% of DNI goal for development assistance. DAC members have more or less, some with footnotes and nuances and so on, but basically DAC is identified as a group of countries which aims to move towards 0.7. Only 5 countries out of the 32 have actually at that position right now. Some are moving forward. Some have legislation. Spain just last year adopted a new law that calls for Spain to move towards 0.7. The UK have a legislation or legislative piece of decision-making in Parliament, but are far from it today after the cutbacks of the previous government. But basically, the UN target is out there. And when Slovenia joined the EU in 2004, part of that commitment, part of the acquis communautaire, was a commitment to move towards 0.33% of DNI. At that point in time, Slovenian development assistance was quite low, and the ambition was not to go to 0.7, but to go to an intermediate stage of 0.33. And right now, the commitment by the European Union is for those members who joined in 2004, the ambition is to go to 0.33 by 2030. That basically means 6 years out into the future. That is something that I think Slovenia put into its 2018 development strategy. There was a resolution by Parliament on this 7 years ago in 2017. And somehow the goal of 0.33 is part of the political discourse in Slovenia as it is in other newer member states. It was at that point in time, I think a few years ago, there was to talk about an action plan to be developed to bring Slovenia from where it was at that time towards the 0.33%. I don't think that action plan has ever materialized, but basically the idea of having an action plan is also part of the OECD analysis here. Of course, a lot have happened since 2017 when it comes to the ambition at that time to go to 0.33. We have had geopolitical tensions, Ukraine, Gaza, COVID, economic crisis, credit crunch, interest rates going up. financial crisis in many countries, debt issues being more predominant on the global agenda. So a lot of negative things have happened since then, which of course have basically meant that the political ambition of some countries to increase their development assistance have come under pressure. At the same time, it's also, and I think my message is that, yeah, okay, pressures are increasing, but we also have a situation where the problems are increasing. We see more extremely poor people now than we did 5 years ago. We see more hungry people. We'll have a panel on that in a short while. We see more people that are basically short of hope. We see problems on health service delivery, on education, on social protection. We see a growing problem for many more millions of people today than was the case only a few years ago. So one thing is that the economic pressures on donors are growing. Yes, that's true, but the problems are growing too. And somehow we still need to live up to our commitments. Climate change has become much more visible. You had large floods last year in Slovenia. Also partly an expression of the changing weather conditions in the world and the growing pressure on biosystems or geographical entities and systems by climate change. So we are not in a very good spot, and we are basically seeing a more difficult global environment. So in that situation, the ask is still that even though that the pressure is growing budgetarily on governments, there's still a commitment. There's still a social contract globally that will say that countries should be able to increase their assistance to others. And that would be one of the key calls from this peer review, is that even though it's difficult, even though it's hard, we kindly, friendly, ask Slovenia to do more in the years to come, and encourage you to do that, because it will have an effect not only in terms of what you are doing, but also because you will send a political signal to the rest of the world. There are a few countries around Europe that are cutting down back on their development assistance these days. This is the wrong signal to send, and to have a few good people, a few good countries that actually go in the opposite direction, even if they're small, is really a very welcome political signal. So again, it will provide a leadership role for Slovenia to go up against the current developments in some of the major economies and show what can be done. That's an important that recommendation 4 is quite important for that reason. Then we have two recommendations on improving coordination across the Slovenian government, and that basically is a call for a coherent Slovenian development policy and a coherent development framework, where there is better coordination than is the case today between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other ministries. And now you have a number of ministers that are involved in development cooperation in Slovenia, as you know, much better than I do. Higher education, health, defense, office of migrants. So a number of government stakeholders that work together to move the development agenda forward. And one of the messages here from the report is that all these activities, even if they are taking place in other ministries, still have to satisfy, still have to live up to the criteria for development cooperation. And basically that the primary purpose of any activity that's development cooperation is economic development and welfare of developing countries. So, and that lens, that catalytic issue is important to look at when you look at how others do development cooperation. Other ministries, also other stakeholders and private sector or NGOs, that the primary purpose of what you do in development cooperation is economic development and welfare of developing countries. And especially on the there's a recommendation entirely on the imputed student costs, where it's basically, and that's a significant part of the aid budget, that calls for a more thorough impact assessment of how this part of development budget actually works, and how it defines, how it squares with the definition of development cooperation. And I think that's a message that I also want to provide here, that this is important, that we take serious what we call development cooperation also qualifies with the criteria for development cooperation. And then there are a few more housekeeping issues in the recommendations, if you look at that, but they're important. It's basically also a call for more staff, more human resources in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do the job, and I think that's important. Also to have more specialists joining the Foreign Ministry to work on development issues. Also to further develop the NGO support, the strategic partnership option for some NGOs, and also to say that, for instance, the relationship between NGOs and private sector and form of partnership would need some further work to make it really well functioning. That's all in all the 10 recommendations that's been then put to the government. And the next step, of course, is that we count on the government to come back to the OECD, back to the DAC with a management response. That is basically, after consideration by relevant authorities, a plan for what we will be doing in order to deal with the recommendations. Recommendations are recommendations. They are not. They are basically peer advice from others who are familiar with the situation that Slovenia is in, building on what other countries have been doing, other DAC members have been experiencing over years, to advise on how you can do things even better. So what is, I think, important again to say that even that when you read the recommendations and you say this is tough language directives here, this is meant to improve the effect, the impact, the results of Slovenian development cooperation. It is meant to be contributing to more popular and political support for development, and it's meant to increase and enhance the Slovenian leadership role in the world, in the European Union and globally. So the idea here is to provide Slovenia with a number of recommendations that stretches the capability and the ambition of those who are dealing with development cooperation in Slovenia, but it's still doable, still manageable. It's not blue sky thinking that is presented in the recommendations. It is something that can be done. We think, the DAC think, it should be done. It will be depending on the response from Slovenian authorities after due consultations with all partners, how to respond to it. But it is doable, and in our assessment, this will actually mean that Slovenian development cooperation and development activities and the way that you promote these values in the world will actually have a better impact than they have today. So I will close with this, but just to say, you are in a good spot, but you can place yourself in an even better spot if you work continuously with these issues, both in terms of how much you do and how you do it, and how you engage all partners in this country in pulling in the same direction. So thank you very much.
Madam Speaker is already here, and my State Secretary, so I am challenged now to do this very briefly, to respond to Carsten's presentation of the peer review for Slovenia and the 10 recommendations. I will try to do this as briefly as possible, but first and foremost, allow me to express our deep appreciation for the OECD DAC's thorough and insightful review. This is really a valuable opportunity to enhance our development cooperation policies and practices. I will go through the recommendations you mentioned and try to respond where we are and how we organized ourselves. And on the recommendation number 1, to focus on fewer countries when we do our bilateral cooperation, we fully agree that this recommendation to focus our development cooperation within our priority regions in the Western Balkans, Eastern Partnership, and in Sub-Saharan Africa is definitely needed. We already did some discussions with our partners, so with NGOs and with foundations that we have in Slovenia, and I can't say that we came to a conclusion that we already know which direction we are going, but definitely this recommendation aligns with the core principle of aid effectiveness, which is embedded in both OECD and Slovenian development strategy. We would definitely like to see on a long term to engage in 2 program countries, preferably in the Western Balkans, as we did already, Montenegro and North Macedonia. Try to find one in the eastern neighborhood, and then try to focus on 3 to 5 in Sub-Saharan Africa. And as I said and underlined, always in close dialogue with our partners, foundations, and Slovenian NGOs. When talking about multilateral contributions which are DACable, we have already taken important steps to narrow our multilateral contributions. They were around 50 in 2022, so we decreased the number to less than 20 for development and humanitarian organizations. We concluded a strategic partnership with ICRC for the period 23-25, and we intend to increase this kind of cooperation. So the focusing on multilateral contribution is already ongoing, and we very much agree with the recommendation. And we are also doing this transitioning to multi-year funding and larger projects together and in dialogue with our partners in Slovenia and in the UN system. When we're talking about the 0.33 GNI for ODA, it's definitely a political question and remains an important goal for Slovenia. Though we acknowledge the challenges that, as you mentioned, are political, I think that the coordination among ministries is key to move this forward. And if I may add, also the support from the Ministry of Finance would help even better. We recognize the need for a clear government action plan to achieve this partner. When on cross-government coordination, we agree with the recommendation to enhance this coordination, and we already started with more frequent interministerial meetings, but we will now, with the new leadership of the State Secretary Gabric, raise it to the political level and then only implement it on the level of the deputies of the permanent interministerial committee, and so we'll see whether we could do even a bigger difference in the future. Assessing the impact on student fee waivers, I have to say here that imputed student costs stem from our strong ties to the Western Balkans. We, of course, recognize the need to assess the impact of fee waivers, especially in mitigating potential negative effects such as brain drain. The issue is being discussed with the relevant ministries, and our embassy in Skopje is already facilitating events that bring together businesses and student communities, promoting collaboration and knowledge exchange. And I would just like to underline that these student fee waivers are highly appreciated by our Western Balkan allies, which was also underlined during the session on our peer review back in June, and definitely are not meant to be a tool for a brain drain. Thank you for mentioning human resources. You know, with more funds, we need more people. I have an excellent and dedicated team at the Directorate for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, and they are able and willing to share their knowledge further to new colleagues that will join soon, hopefully. And we are discussing this within the ministry, and we aim to ensure the development diplomats have similar cleared to our economic counselors at embassies, and also hiring local staff in key embassies of our development cooperation is another area under consideration to further consolidate our human resources. And we already asked our embassies in our program countries to look on this topic and see whether they could suggest something to our personnel department at the ministry. You didn't mention NGO and private sector partnership directly, but I would just like to say that we maintain close dialogue with NGOs, and we can't do the job, particularly not in sub-Saharan Africa, without them. They are a really very important partner, and we expect from them that they move forward this vehicle even more in a more determinant way. So Slovenia is committing in addressing the DAC recommendations. Our upcoming strategy evaluation, the peer review and the national consultations that we just had in the parliament will serve as crucial tools for refining our development cooperation strategy for up to 2030. And now we look forward to presenting our management response plan to the DAC in the coming months. So I would like once again to thank you, Carsten, and to your colleagues and the reviewers from Denmark and Switzerland for this valuable review, which we use to strengthen our contribution to global development and humanitarian needs. I will end here, and with this I would like to invite the Speaker of the Slovenian Parliament to address the public now before we sit down for the second panel. I thank you very much. Ms. Klaklo-Čer Župančič, the floor is yours.
Is working? Is it working? Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to this very special and very important event. I will speak in Slovene, and then I will say also some my concluding remarks in English. Spoštovani udeleženci današnje razprave. Tema letošnjih 12 slovenskih razvojnih dni za svet brez lakote je dovolj široka, da spregovorimo ne samo o humanitarni pomoči, ki je na našem planetu potrebna številnim. Različne vrste kriz ogrožajo človeška življenja in povzročajo lakoto določenega dela svetovnega prebivalstva. Pri tem mislim na vojne in oborožene konflikte, pa tudi na krize zaradi naravnih ujm, kot so poplave, orkani ali suše, ki so v zadnjih desetletjih vse pogostejše zaradi segrevanja ozračja, ki ga v veliki meri povzročamo ljudje. V zadnjih 2 desetletjih je postala Slovenija v globalnem materialnem smislu sicer majhna, a pomembna donatorica uradne razvojne pomoči. Na ta način izpolnjujemo naše zaveze k doseganju ciljev trajnostnega razvoja. Naj spomnim na slovensko pomoč pri poplavah v Severni Makedoniji in nedavno v Bosni in Hercegovini, lani v Libiji ter o potresih v Maroku, Turčiji in Siriji. Po svojih najboljših močeh pa pomagamo tudi žrtvam vojn v Ukrajini ter ob humanitarni katastrofi v Gazi. Kot je poudarila zunanja ministrica, lahko Slovenija pomaga tudi na druge načine. Od izobraževanj ter štipendij do prenosa določenih znanj in investicij na področju kmetijstva, zdravstva ter drugih sorodnih področjih. Slovenija se je tudi zavezala, da bo za razvojno sodelovanje do leta 2030 namenila 1/3 bruto domačega proizvoda. Upam, da bo prej. Slovenija tako ob aktivnem sodelovanju z različnimi mednarodnimi in slovenskimi humanitarnimi organizacijami stori veliko, da prispeva svoj delež prepotrebne pomoči in da prihaja do tistih, ki so te pomoči potrebni. Še posebej je pomembna vloga razvojne pomoči, ki jo namenjamo državam v regiji. Sem pa že v svojem uvodnem nagovoru poudarila, da je to poslanstvo sicer izjemno plemenito, a vendarle gre zgolj za gašenje požarov ali zdravljenje simptomov, če želite. Z lakoto se po svetu sooča več kot 700 milijonov ljudi. Njihovo število v zadnjih letih ponovno narašča. Po drugi strani pa prav šokira podatek, da v Sloveniji po podatkih Statističnega urada Republike Slovenije zavržemo med 140 in 150 tisoč ton hrane. Na globalni ravni pa zavržemo več kot 1 milijardo ton hrane vsako leto. Te številke so za večino od nas zelo težko predstavljive. Po drugi strani pa si tudi v Evropski uniji ljudje oziroma milijoni ljudi, ki živijo pod pragom revščine in si ne morejo privoščiti vsakodnevnega obroka. Naj k temu dodam še šokantno zgodbo enega od britanskih kmetov, ki je povedal, da zavržejo velik del pridelka korenja, ker ni primerne oblike za trgovske verige, pa čeprav po svojih prehranskih lastnostih prav v ničemer ne zaostaja po kakovosti. Vse to kaže na dejstvo, da v tako imenovanem razvitem svetu počnemo nekaj zelo narobe. Že po količinah zavržene hrane lahko ugotovimo, da smo trenutno sposobni nahraniti vseh 8 milijard ljudi na našem planetu. Vprašanje, s katerim se bomo morali soočiti, je, zakaj tega ne počnemo. Odgovornost za proizvodnjo in pravično distribucijo pridelane hrane gotovo ne leži na tistih, ki je nimajo možnosti pridelati. Za porast lakote v svetu seveda obstaja več prepletenih razlogov. Bolj ali manj pa so vsi povezani z ekonomskimi interesi, bodisi določenih držav, bodisi kapitala. Sama se bom dotaknila samo 2. Mednarodna skupnost je neučinkovita pri reševanju oboroženih konfliktov in vojn. Skozi vso človeško zgodovino je vojne pogojeval predvsem boj za naravne vire. Negotovost pri zagotavljanju varne hrane tako na lokalnih ravneh kot v globalni skupnosti je zaradi vojn še večja. Dvoličnost mednarodne skupnosti, ko gre za obsodbo in ukrepanje proti agresorjem v posameznih konfliktih, pa le dodatno prispeva k neučinkovitosti prizadevanj za mirno reševanje mednarodnih sporov, kar bi prineslo več stabilnosti v svetu. Spremembe podnebja, ki jih povzročamo z onesnaženjem ozračja in katerih posledice lahko vedno bolj občutimo na lastni koži, ne samo pri nas, tudi drugje v naši regiji in po svetu, so eden večjih izzivov naše globalne skupnosti. Po mojem mnenju se ga lotevamo premalo učinkovito. Znanost in stroka nas opozarjata že desetletja, a včasih človek dobi občutek, da pri poskusih uveljavljanja učinkovitih ukrepov za zmanjšanje izpustov toplogrednih plinov v ozračje vedno prevlada interes zaslužka. Na deklarativni ravni torej vemo, kaj bi morali storiti, hkrati pa želimo, da se zares prav nič ne zgodi. Pri reševanju podnebne krize bo zato potrebno sodelovanje vseh deležnikov, celotne mednarodne skupnosti in regulatorjev v predvsem razvitih državah, ki prispevajo večino emisij, celotnega mednarodnega kapitala in vsakega posameznika. Če učinkovitih ukrepov ne bomo sprejeli, bo narava, torej naš planet, sam vzpostavil neko novo ravnotežje glede na sestavo ozračja. Ne vem, ali bo to ravnotežje še omogočilo preživetje naše civilizacije, gotovo pa bo bistveno vplivalo na zmanjšanje kakovosti življenja prihodnjih generacij tudi v tako imenovanem razvitem svetu. V Sloveniji bomo, po mojem prepričanju, storili vse, kar je v naši moči, da izpolnimo svoje mednarodne obveznosti povezane s humanitarno pomočjo. Verjamem pa, da lahko ob tem spodbudimo tudi širšo razvojno razpravo. Naša globalna skupnost bolj kot kadarkoli prej potrebuje takojšen razvojni razmislek, predvsem pa zavezujoče ukrepe za zajezitev različnih vzrokov humanitarnih kriz, ki jih bodo morali sprejeti vsi, brez izjem. Lakota skoraj 1/10 prebivalstva je simptom. Začnimo torej odpravljati vzroke. Vem, da ne bo lahko, ampak druge izbire nimamo. It sounds wonderful for a world without hunger. But what we need to reduce hunger, for all the people to have enough food, is first to look within ourselves. What we need is to ask ourselves, are we human? Do we feel for other people? Do we have empathy? We can do a lot, but we need to have empathy. Because it shakes me to the bones when I see children starved to death. And maybe there is food for them, but they cannot reach it. This is a disgrace for humanity. This is a disgrace, and it's happening in the 21st century. Children dying because of hunger. Wake up, world, and wake up quickly. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hvala lepa, spoštovana predsednica, za vaše besede. Počaščeni smo, da ste se nam pridružili v prizadevanjih za svet brez lakote. Zdaj pa vabim na oder gospo Natašo Briški, ki bo vodila popoldanski del naših slovenskih razvojnih dni.
Thank you very much, Natasha. And thank you very much to you as well, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon at this critical panel on food security and building sustainable food systems. In today's world, food security stands as one of the most pressing challenges, heavily influenced by a complex mix of geopolitical factors, ranging from the ongoing impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, the economic crisis, and conflicts such as the Russian aggression in Ukraine, to the far-reaching effects of climate change. As communities around the globe struggle with increasingly volatile conditions that disrupt traditional agricultural and farming practices, of course, it becomes imperative to develop resilient and sustainable food systems. This involves, of course, bolstering local food production, supporting smallholder farmers, and ensuring access to healthy and nutritious food. Our distinguished panels today will provide some insights into the key challenges and, of course, potential solutions, including the role of international cooperation, the importance of innovative projects, and the critical steps we must take to achieve desired goals. We have till about 4 p.m. to find solutions, or at least provide some solutions for a world without hunger. And I would like to invite first Carsten Stauer. He is chair of the Development Assistance Committee in the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Could you please join us at the podium? Next, Tatiana Molchan. She is Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Thank you for joining us, to you as well. Taras Kachka is the Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Trade Representative of Ukraine. Thank you for coming. Rili Lapalainen, President of Concord, the European Confederation of NGOs working on sustainable development and international cooperation. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Melita Gabric. She is State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia. Thank you very much to all of you. So let me start with you, Carsten Stauer. How does the OECD, you mentioned a couple of that in your presentation, but I am interested in the analytical power of DAC. How are you helping developing countries optimize their food system, particularly in response to the ongoing challenges as the climate change, as the geopolitical instability? What are, if you could be concrete, are the specific insights or tools that are at your disposal to offer to improve decision-making processes for governments and stakeholders? It should start with data, and you have plenty of it.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I will come back to that, but I just want to acknowledge this very powerful statement by the Speaker of Parliament that basically hunger is a disgrace for humanity. And it's very clear that this is the starting point. And you can be surprised that we have been able for the past almost 60 years to send people to the moon, at least 50 years, but we cannot create a world free of hunger. And we still have a situation where children are dying. I'm personally really preoccupied by the notion of stunting, the fact that if you do not get the right care, the right nutrition in the first few years of your life, preschool, you will suffer physically and mentally for the rest of your life. And you will be set back. And we see millions and millions of people, of young children, basically be deprived of their capacity to flourish and to be responsible, healthy, contributing, grown-up people in society because they have been subject to deprivation, to hunger, to malnutrition in their early ages. So we are faced with something here, hunger, insufficient security for food, malnutrition, that is morally unacceptable. And I think that has to be. Data is a good thing to have. But we also need to have indignation and basically say that this is not acceptable. Then the question, of course, is what then do we do? The OECD DAC is not a technical agency, and some others will come back to that. But I think there are two things that I want to highlight. One is that you need to address this issue in a multifaceted or holistic way. SDG 2, reduce hunger, or outlaw hunger, prevent hunger from happening in this world, create a sufficient and attractive nutrition situation for all people. That is not achieved by just looking at SDG 2. You need to look at things in context. When you look at this, you have to acknowledge that situation is worse now than it was a few years ago. We see more children that die for hunger. We see more people that suffer permanent effects of hunger. We see a worse situation in many ways. But we can only deal with this if we do it in a coherent and coherent way. So if we do need to do away with hunger, you need to look at how can we better align humanitarian and development assistance. What can we do more systematically to eradicate poverty? What can we do in school meals have been mentioned as one of the really important examples. But also fighting climate change, because climate change adds to the issue because it deprives people from their livelihoods. What can we do to help, as you say, small farmers? How can we change agricultural production as part of the climate adaptation issues? How can we prevent more conflicts from happening because they also drive? And how can we, for instance, improve water management, because it's also one of the more important factors on how to prevent hunger and malnutrition. So it's a multifaceted response that is needed. And then it leads me to my second point, that the responsibility for that will have to be anchored with the government of the countries in question. The international community, humanitarian assistance, development assistance can do a lot, but it can only do so if there is a political will and determination to act on behalf of the government. And one of the things that we need, I think, to focus much more on is development assistance is important. We can help governments, but we need governments to take responsibility. We need governments to accept that this is a key challenge in their political planning, in their development strategies, and in the plans that they have for their country's development. We can support build institutions. We can create a vibrant agricultural sector. We can create more capacity in countries. But we need to have government responsibility and government ownership of this agenda.
So when someone comes to you, knocking on your door, saying, listen, we have a problem, how can you help?
We can help basically by first of all, alerting all the donor community to this problem. Total ODA is $224 billion last year, so it's a lot of money. And and we have Slovenia, 31 other member states of the DAC, and we can say, and we will say, we have said, that we need to do more, much more, to deal with this issue. But again, it has to be done in a coherent and coordinated way. And then we can take it and point back to the governments and say, the international community cannot solve this problem without ownership of governments. And I think that's the accountability of governments to put in place policies, institutions, actions that can prevent this from happening is key to this. And without this, we will be stuck in humanitarian efforts and we will never get to a development response to hunger.
So how optimistic would you say you are from 1 to 10?
In the short term, not very optimistic. In the longer term, maybe more optimistic. But it calls for this, for the moral repulsion to be very clearly expressed, and to basically the international community saying to governments, you have a responsibility to your own people to deal with this issue. And the international community can help you, and we want to help you, but you have a responsibility, and you have to be accountable to the international community, to the world at large, if you do not act. And I think that's one of the things that an organization like the OECD, community like the DAC, can actually help with. We're not a technical development agency. We do not provide policy guidance, or some policy guidance, but not detailed technical assistance to what countries will do. But we can provide them the moral sounding board, the political sounding board, to take this issue seriously.
Thank you. Madam Ochan, as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, I wonder how do you see its development work supporting the transformation of food systems in the context, of course, of the global challenges like climate change, like geopolitical conflicts. What specific policies maybe or frameworks does UNEC promote to help countries build more resilient and sustainable food systems?
Thank you so much. It's working?
Maybe you could.
No, maybe I need to. Yes, this one is working. So, first of all, I would also like to join Karsten in saying a big thank you for the invitation, but also for the powerful speech that we just have heard. And I believe when we are discussing this topic, it's very important to look at the different aspects involved. And the message from the President was very clear, focused also on the importance of the humanitarian dimension. But if I'm not wrong, that was largely addressed in one of the previous. So I would like to look for us really to look what we can do and how we can address this from other aspects, if I can say like this. We have a situation currently, it's not worse. Statistically, the situation is devastating because we still have 1 in 11 people suffering and from hunger globally. But if I'm speaking about UNEC region, yes, which covers 56 countries, Central Asian, Europe, even North America, but also Western Balkans, Turkey, Israel, we have made a lot of progress, but still we are far away from the targets that we have set for in this sector, because we still have either moderately or severely situation where people are suffering from food insecurity. So what are we doing? How do we address this? First of all is by understanding, and here I totally agree with Karsten, that we have to understand that this is not an isolated process. This is why we have to address this as a complex of measures. And, for example, environmental climate change in particular plays a key role. So by addressing matters related to environment or promoting more sustainable practices is one of the key issues. I think I've heard in the previous statement a lot has been mentioned and a few interesting examples about the food loss and waste. Mm-hmm. And this is not only an the economic implication of food waste and loss, and I think my colleague Taras can say more about the economic implication, but also on the environment, the implication of food waste and food loss on the environment. So we need to have a complex approach. We have to think both on securing or avoiding problems related exactly to food supply, but also to the environment, also to ensure that it's a sustainable, or for the farmers, we have to also look at this. How do we reach that? At the UN level, I'm not certain if that was covered in the previous discussions, but exactly because of this understanding that we need to create more sustainable practices. In last year, we had the Secretary General call for action for food system transformation, and it has 6 precise recommendations on how to address this challenge. So again, I don't want to repeat myself in case this was already covered in some of your previous debates, but the key aspect, and I think one of the main messages, is to really incorporating food system transformation into all national policies. So it's not only one institution, one area that has to address. And it's a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder governance process. And we have to also include innovative solutions in order to address the problems that we have in this sector. At the UNEC, at our regional level, we have also worked together with all the partners from the UN, but not only from the countries, to address these challenges and to have a joint response to the problems. I could give some specific examples from the tools that we
Please
have,
do that,
including, as I've mentioned, for example, when it comes to waste and food waste. We have developed guidelines for the countries, a guide exactly on this, on how to avoid food loss in the system. Also traceability, and in the products we work with the countries at national level to support policy development that would come with more concrete measures, and to have this horizontal targeting different aspects of the chain, of the supply chain as well. Environment and the importance or the impact of the solving the problems related to environment. Water is playing a key role in that sense. And by the way, I'm actually these days in Slovenia to attend the meeting of the parties of the Water Convention, and we are very happy that Slovenia is hosting this meeting. But without addressing the problems that we are facing in supply of water for the farming, for the agriculture, it's very difficult to ensure that we have a sustainable supply for the producers, for the farmers. So there are different aspects. There is the more general context, but there are targeted instruments that we can work together with the countries. But the main message that I would like to underline, that it needs to be not targeted only on one sector or one dimension. It has to address all of the, as I was saying, the key priorities, to have it integrated in all policies.
Mm-hmm. You talked a lot about cooperation. How do you see countries, how willing are they to cooperate and not go, alone, trying to find solutions? Do you see them cooperative?
Yes, I mean that's cooperation. It's both when it comes to food security, to ensuring, but also cooperation is key when we speak about trade with food products, because facilitating trade with and across border is one of the key priorities. You cannot achieve that without good cooperation. But we also have been looking more intensively in reducing this supply chain in order to enhance capacity nationally. Also, it is important to work with the countries, and this is what we are doing, to change a lot the approaches on the sustainable, for example, farming. So yes, there is a very strong willingness to enhance cooperation among different institutions. So it's not, let's say, UNICEF effort or one single entity from the UN. It's we are working very closely with the FAO, but also with private sector. With the, so it's
we're going to speak about that as well.
Yes, it's not only with the international agencies and governments. It's also very important to involve all stakeholders in the process.
Thank you very much, Taras Kachka. We have been following closely the news from Ukraine since February 2022. You have been at war with Russia. How could you? I mean, we read a lot about it, various aspects of the war. Could you talk to us a bit more about how has the ongoing war with Russia affected Ukraine's food production and overall, food security? What specific steps did you need to take to rebuild Ukraine's agricultural infrastructure and ensure the food availability?
Thank you for invitation. So, as per my title, so I'm rather from trade universe, not from development universe. But I think that the lessons of Russian aggression in Ukraine actually teach us that these worlds are not in parallel universes, so that they coexist and help each other. And I think that the particular example how Slovenia helped us and helped Africa in one support of the initiative of grain from Ukraine also illustrate how it works. And usually, so Ukraine in the eyes of the world is a net exporting state, so we are producing more, definitely more than we consume, so that our food system is export-oriented, and usually we may be treated like the opposite example of net importing states, and especially states where hunger is spread and exists, and unfortunately increases as statistics says. But the core problem and what we are trying to highlight in our talks with the world is that we have the same situation as in African states, like in Somalia, for example, and with hunger, so that the biggest damage that was done by aggression is a damage to domestic production. So that, and the domestic production is a core element of any food system. So that what is important for us, for Ukraine, is the same task as for countries where which still struggles to produce enough food for being self-sustainable. This is domestic production. And for us, it was important not to allow our food system to fail because we are food exporting state. So that means that the collapse of domestic production will damage not only Ukraine but also a lot of societies around the globe. But the problem is still the same. So that we need to have safe domestic production. And the challenge is caused by war. So that aggression, war, actually discovered that human aggression can actually lead to the same problems as we have in climate, for example, the access to water, the contamination of water, mining of fields, the non-accessibility to the land, when you arable land where you can produce something. So that's why for us it was important, and we really appreciate all the support we got in maintaining the operation of Ukrainian agriculture, so that we got a lot of support in temporary storage for the yields that were stuck in Ukraine because of a blockade of sea routes. We got a lot of support with seeds because there was a deficit of seeding material and a lot of other stuff. But as well, so that we also faced with Russian aggression the situation when Ukrainian citizens also felt insecure from point of access to food, because the domestic system of delivery of food via, let's say, market forces like supermarkets and grocery stores, they were not available in the cities that were under siege of Russia. So that, and also the logistics throughout the nation was also destroyed, and we rearranged all the logistics, because the majority of storages of food for final consumption was actually around Kyiv, and it was distracted by the first wave of aggression. So war actually can immediately bring you all the atrocities of food insecurity, all its elements, even if you produce a lot. So that's why we really appreciate this support, and that's why for us it is important to restore normal function of global food systems. So that, and here we see, let's say, the polarization of the world. So it's not a secret that in majority of states in Africa, from North Africa to South, are dependent on supply of grain from Black Sea. So it means not only Ukraine but also Russia. So that, and the same also in Asia. And the differences in approaches are really polarized. So in our case, what we see is that we believe that the society, and market as another dimension of society, so that not state, but that market actually with help of state, but can bring the food to final consumers. So our task is to deliver food and also to make it affordable in terms of prices, because the problem of the initial weeks of war was that Ukrainian farmer was offered with price which was extremely below the cost of production, so it was very, very, very low. but the final prices for final consumers somewhere in Nigeria was like almost like 6-8 times more, and it was unaffordable because of blockages of sea routes. And it was quite, so it was so strange when on Ukrainian bank of Danube River, the cost of the ton of wheat was $80 or even less, and on another bank it was 450, and in Nigeria it was 600. So that and then after all, so that was quite interesting that after all that we were criticized. So how farmers in Ukraine sold the price so that the wheat with very low price, but the problem was the logistics. So that's why for us the protection of logistics is so important. But the core problem is just to make just price on both ends of supply chain. For farmer, because he or she wants to produce, so to cover cost of production, and also for final consumers. So then should not be so big discrepancies. So that's why we need this initiative, Grain from Ukraine, in terms of delivery food, in terms of volumes, and also the pricing prices for final consumer at least. And as well, so what is interesting is that so that the Russian aggression also brought attention to the things that, let's say, were considered settled, like freedom of navigation. So that freedom of navigation was not a discussion in the context of, I think, UN, and so there were some cases in South China Sea case and so on, but generally it was recognized, the freedom of navigation. And in our case, the blockade of sea routes actually blocked the freedom of navigation, which appeared to be let's say, a core element of the global food system. So that's why we need to bear in mind that the well-functioning elements of world food system should need to be protected, or at least, let's say, cherished. Yeah? So that they need to be maintained, repaired, and we need to remind ourselves that there are things that are working, and we need to pay attention to them. So the Russian approach is absolutely different. They now popularize that they have government-to-government agreement on supply of grains, and this is really direct politicization of food, and this is something wrong, because if you have this, so that this political dependence between governments, and also the increase the role of government in receiving and importing states, you also destroy civil society, you destroy the market forces, you negatively impact farmers as well. So that's why this is different world in comparison to what we promote. And in our case, maybe it looks like too complicated with a lot of elements of official development, market forces, their coexistence, so that the understanding of the prices, commercial things, and also environmental topics, because water, as you correctly said, is extremely important. It is more complicated, but it is the only way to ensure that the net importing states, where the issue of hunger still exists and even spreading, is developing their own domestic production. What we are doing is actually ensuring that the global system operates in a way that encourage, or at least not kill, domestic production in states where hunger exists and where this problem should be fixed, first of all by domestic production and then by import from Ukraine. So, but meanwhile, I think that the help of restoration of the old channels of supply was really a miracle for us, for Ukraine, and also for people in hunger, in particular in African states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gabric, in Slovenia, hunger is not a widespread issue. As Carsten Stauer talked about in his presentation, his appeal for the countries to contribute more. I know we spoke, or you spoke today about that. Could you tell us a bit more about how much does Slovenia contribute to solving food security challenges around the world? Are we contributing more than we did, pretty much the same, less than we did? Where do we stand in the context of Europe and the globe?
Thank you. It is good to be on this panel. It's good to see you after a long while.
Thank you.
Yes, first of all, I would say in no uncertain terms, Slovenia is a developed country. As such, we have the responsibility to help others who are less fortunate than we are. And I'm talking about what the Speaker of the Parliament was talking about, and also what Kirsten referred to. I'm talking about our humanity. I'm talking about the need to have moral clarity in this regard, to help those who suffer because of hunger or food insecurity in general. That's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is that it is also in our interest to work in support of food security. And here I am talking about our so-called enlightened self-interest. Food security causes instability, causes people to leave their homes, they're forced to leave their homes. If we support them with food security, with sustainable access to food or food production, also environmentally sustainable food production, that's very important, then we help them hopefully not only live in peace, but also thrive. So this is what I wanted to share by way of introduction. When it comes to the size of Slovenia's contribution, it is a good question. Our support for food security programs worldwide has increased sixfold over the last 2 or 3 years. So unfortunately, this goes hand in hand with the increasing needs. So we are responding to the increasing needs in terms of support for food security. But, quantity is not everything. Here, I would say that Slovenia's contribution is not to be dismissed in terms of our quantity or nominal contribution. But we have also very important things to contribute in terms of efficiency, in terms of our expertise. And here I would mention 3 areas where I would say, I hope I don't sound too immodest, but I would say that, in 3 areas we really kind of punch above our weight. The first one is water management. And as the colleague from UNICEF referred to, we are currently, just these 2 days in Ljubljana, for example, we are hosting a Water Convention parties meeting. And what we are doing, so how is this connected with food security? The connection is pretty much direct. So our expertise is in advanced water irrigation systems, in preservation of water, and water is, of course, a very substantial or essential part of agriculture, of ensuring that crops grow. And so there is this connection, and this is not just, we're not just talking about the money, we're talking also about the knowledge we have, and we are willing and we do share with the different partners around the world, not to exaggerate, but with our cooperation partners. The second area that I would point out is support for pollinators, beekeeping, that is promoting beekeeping, the importance that pollinators have in general in terms of biodiversity, but also more specifically for food security. As we know, a number of crops actually are critically dependent on pollinators. So what we are doing is, of course, people in the audience and perhaps also colleagues on the panel are aware that Slovenia was actually the country that initiated the World Bee Day at the UN. We mark on the 20th of May every year. We mark World Bee Day. Why is this important? This is important. Okay, we are speaking about food security. I just mentioned how directly food security depends on preservation of pollinators, including honeybees. But it is also important because through our programs, we actually, of promoting beekeeping, we help with social resilience. We help with gender equality. We have projects specifically in Africa where we help women learn how to do beekeeping, which helps with directly with food security, which helps with their economic empowerment, and through this, obviously, also to the economic empowerment of their family. The society is such. And as we speak, I am very pleased to note that our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Fayon, is signing an agreement for cooperation with the World Food Programme, a 3-year program in Kenya that will actually support exactly what I was talking about, beekeeping, teaching women how to beekeep, and then, as a consequence, help them with resilience, help with the also sustainable food security. And finally, the third area where I understand we have some specific niche knowledge that we also apply to our development cooperation and humanitarian aid, and more specifically on food security, is the satellite imaging or satellite prediction models through which the weather patterns can be predicted, which of course can help with the crops planning, the agricultural policies, and so forth. And so we also contribute to food security through these innovative technologies that we seem to have some grasp of. I personally don't, but I understand from my colleagues that we are rather advanced in this regard. So basically, this is what I really wanted to emphasize, is that we have, as a smaller country, we do not have a huge numbers that we can boast with. But we do have expertise, and we do have a political will, and we do have the expertise also in our Directorate of Development. Karsten was talking about how we can even improve our development cooperation and humanitarian aid. We are taking this seriously. And we already have some, well-developed ideas about how we are going to go about to further improve, to further concentrate where we geographically, where we work, to further, shrink the areas of cooperation with multilateral organizations. So all that will further contribute to our efficiency. But when I said that, our numbers are not to be dismissed, we are always debating this. Should we be talking about how much we actually give per capita? So that would be more impressive, I think, than the numbers themselves. But the numbers themselves are not bad.
In the context,
and the trend, and also what is important is that trend is going up. And I would also point out that we had the Speaker of the Parliament here, who was very empathic in her support for Slovenia to develop this, in the direction of our commitment to 0.33% of our GNI. I think this is important, and I think this all bodes well for the Slovenian development cooperation and humanitarian aid. And apropos, if I may make another comment in reaction to the recommendations we received from the OECD DAC about developing our human resources in this field. I have to say that when we discussed this at our first national consultations, I didn't quite understand where the question is, where the problem lies, because I personally have experience with our development and humanitarian aid colleagues, and I know how excellent they are, how excellent an expertise we have in this regard. But I realized later that what we need to do is increase the number of our colleagues who know about this field. Mm-hmm. And certainly, of course, I don't, as State Secretary, I, of course, also have a certain level of influence over how these colleagues are considered, and there is no doubt in my mind how important this field is for Slovenia and for our reputation in international relations. And as I said, by way of introduction, for what we have to do as part of humanity.
It didn't go unnoticed, using a very diplomatic touch, referring to Slovenia, not a small country, but a smaller one. Thank you. Really, Lapalainen, NGOs play a crucial role in addressing food security, especially in regions that are affected by conflicts and climate change. Now, from your perspective at Concord, what specific actions or strategies can NGOs implement, to ensure long-term food security and resilience in such challenging environments?
Thank you, and I really would like to start thanking Slovenian government organizing this event. Exactly, I was just thinking that as a Concord, we are representing the European NGOs and visiting quite many countries. I haven't really noticed so high-level support, what I have seen here. So congratulations that you had a president here and the speaker of the parliament here, etc. So it's extremely valuable, and congratulations for that. I think that many countries can really learn a lot on that. So that's really important to mention on that point. And also I think that the other point is really that not only NGOs, not only the governments can solve the problems what we are having. We need to really collaborate, and we need to really find the solutions together. So that's one of the points. Of course, we have the specific roles, each of us. But I think that if we are not really sing in the same song and really work in harmony, then we can really forget the whole story. I think that it's really coming back on that question of the humanity, which I think that is perhaps the key word which I'm taking with me from this meeting today as well, because I think that we need to really find ways how we can really building the global humanity. Because we are really living now in the really crucial times, and if we are not really working together to finding the solution, then we are really in trouble as a whole planet. Not only the people in this planet, but the whole planet. Having said that, what's the role of the NGOs? Of course, we are representing those who are really working their hands in the sand. Let's put it in that way. We are, like I said, I'm representing here the European Confederation for Development Organizations, but we are working daily basis together with our colleagues all over the world. So in that way, many of the points what I'm raising here is not coming only from Europe, but it's coming from African, from Latin America, from Asian NGOs as well. So I think that the similarities and unfortunately the bad part of the globalization is happening. so that exactly the equal, the same challenges what we are having in Africa, unfortunately, is increasing here in Europe as well. And I think we all in this room, we know the reasons. It's, for example, climate change. So this is one of those challenges, which is really putting all of us in the new situation. And I think that one of the solutions could be that we need to learn together. And one of the aspects what we are really trying to listen very carefully are the local communities, because they are really traditional knowledge. They are those habits which has been survived this humanity quite a long time, for hundreds of years. But sometimes we are not really listening those, because we are really somehow in the religious of the technology. Let's put it in that way sometimes. I think that the technology helps a lot in many places, but it's not the only solution. And we need to find the solutions comparing for that old traditions as well. In parallel with this local ownership and really listening to the people and giving the power and the decision-making roles for the local people, where exactly we have quite a lot of local challenges, I think that it's easier that we are solving those challenges in the local level. The other side, if we are not really listening to the people, we are really going in undemocratic situation. And one of the situations which really is one of the root causes for the problems in the world is the shrinking civic space. So we have a lot of people who can't really express themselves. They are really narrowed, their participation in the societies. And in the worst scenario, it really means that people are not only going into the streets, but they are taking the weapons. And I think that this is not what we don't want anywhere. We have too many examples on that. And I think that we need to really understand that this is part of this big picture when we are really talking about systematic change. We need to really understand what are the interlinkages between different policy areas, and not only doing the one solutions and just seeing the drop in the ocean. We need to see the whole ocean, which is really difficult. We all know that we are really trying our best on building those interlinkages and finding the ways, but I think that it takes time, which we don't have, unfortunately, because the climate change and other drastic solutions are moving on too fast at the moment. But on the other side, we need to really build the trust. We need to understand how the other partner is seeing the situation. And we need to have the dialogue. And if we don't really have the dialogue, then we are losing the whole game. And that's why I think that we need to have the spaces where all the actors come together in the orientation of how we are solving this problem. We need to really move on that kind of direction, that we are not only blaming, naming and shaming, that the problem is on the other side, but I think that we need to find together about the common solutions. And that's why I think that it's exactly this situation where the people really knows much more than only the problem, that they really understand that why we are in the situation, what are the reasons behind. We need to educate people. And one of the solutions is the education, so that people really have the knowledge. They know much more than only the one headline, but they really understand that why we are in the situation. But it won't really lead on the better solutions if we don't really build the hope and the trust at the same time, so that we can collectively finding the ways how we can move on. So this I think that is absolutely crucial on that. Perhaps a couple of other points from the civil society point of view is really that we really see that we should talk about, for example, the food crisis, because I would like to really talk about the food crisis. It's not only some kind of part of the crisis, it's really the systemic crisis. What we're having is that we need to talk about the food as a public good. It's a human right. It's not a commodity only. It's a public good, and we need to take in that way, that if the people are starving, we all know that it's very difficult to move on. You don't practically have the energy to think about a little bit wider perspective. And that's why it's so important that the basic needs are filled, that people really have enough food, hopefully healthy food as well, enough food, not too much, not the food waste, etc., which is our problem here in the north. But I think that it is quite crucial to really stop for a while about those basic needs, because that really leads us how we behave, and in the end, this is really the question of the people's behavior. Perhaps I will stop now here and continue afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the second round of questions, and hopefully we'll have time for the third as well. I would appreciate if you could be a bit shorter in your answers. Mr. Stauer, you spoke about the need for more financial resources. What strategies do you usually recommend, for mobilizing additional resources? And you also mentioned or was it Madam Molchan, the private involvement of private sector. This is often seen as crucial for sustainable food systems. And how do you encourage private sector investment in food security initiatives in developing countries?
Thank you very much. Of course, when we talk about mobilizing resources, we talk about domestic resources. That is what government can mobilize through taxes and basically income to a government. We talk about development assistance, as concessional finance. We talk about foreign direct investments. We talk about trade benefits. We talk about mobilized and leveraged capital, where ODA can also play a role. So there are many, many ways to mobilize capital. But I was a bit thought when I listened to the discussion that one thing that we haven't talked about when we talk about food security is policy coherence. And I want to use my 2 minutes here maybe to address policy coherence, because it's incredibly important that, and we all have issues there. We are all to blame there, that we get our policies in order. And when I look at the whole issue of food security, at the same time as I can see millions and millions of people being deprived of food, access to nutrition and so on, I can see the world using $600 or $700 billion a year on food subsidies, on agricultural subsidies. A third of the budget of the European Union is agricultural subsidies to European farmers. And basically we spent as a global community more than 2 times as much on food subsidies as we spent on development cooperation. So, and that's basically trying to bring in order this dilemma that we have on food, that on one hand we need to have a certain degree of self-sufficiency and self-reliance, and on the other hand we need to have a market mechanism that provides food at the cheapest price, nutritious food at the cheapest price. So trade is the preferred option, but we do not trust each other so much that we rely only on trade and the cheapest food product. So we need to have some kind of self-reliance, which means basically that the European Union, as I said, a third of the budget, instead of investing in AI and modern technologies, taking up the challenge from the Chinese and the Americans, we put all our money, not all of them, but a big part of them, into maintaining an agricultural sector which is basically uncompetitive at global markets. So, and there are reasons for that. Of course, again, self-sufficiency. But we do very strange things. I was in New York some years ago when the financial economic crisis happened. What happens when you get tension, turmoil globally? And there were, because of the financial crisis, there were some shortages of food supplies in 2008-9. So a number of countries then banned exports. So we had, I'm not putting Indonesia on the spot here, but it had, among others, Indonesia banning the export of rice to other Asian countries because they wanted to make sure that they had enough rice at home. And the knock-on effect of that was to create a lot of food supply challenges in other countries. And the lesson learned was, if you have a problem, banning export is the worst thing you can do, because there's an old African proverb, when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. So when they have a big trade war and a big food war and a big, people are trying to hoard as much as they can, it's the poorer countries and it's the vulnerable countries that actually suffers. So, get an understanding of all these factors, an understanding of how what we do with one hand has an effect of what we can do with the other. I think that's incredibly important. So we can talk a lot about mobilizing capital, and we shall talk a lot about mobilizing capital, but to get our policies in order, understanding what the impact of what we do is on other areas and other people, I think is incredibly important. And that's one of the areas where the OECD actually do a lot of work, policy coherence, how policies align. And all the studies that we have done shows that countries are usually quite good nationally to find out that if we do one thing here, it has an effect there. So we don't do this, or we do this in another way because we don't want to have this negative effect here. But when it comes to cross-border, transboundary policy coherence, there's nothing. No country, virtually no country, actually takes seriously to assess its own policies by the effect that it has on the global community and on the world as a whole. And I think that's one thing that's missing when we talk about food, because food is such a commodity that is not just a commodity that's sold, it's also where the security concerns and to have stocks and basically a situation where you don't suffer from shortages at the short term if worse thing happens is really strategically important. But you can only combine those two things if you take policy coherence seriously and you develop mechanisms and systems that will allow you to weigh the national interest and the global interest against each other.
Okay, private sector was the question. Are there specific policies that have been particularly successful?
You need, I think the best thing that you can do in terms of development in many ways is to make sure that you have conditions that allow private sector to invest. Because that basically, lending people money is good, offering ODA is extremely good in many cases, but one of the most tangible things that you can have is that if you can help a country create enabling environment and circumstances that make it possible for foreign direct investment to take place. Because when you invest in a country, you not only invest money, transitional resources, you also invest managerial capacity, you invest technological know-how, you invest in making that country a part of global supply chains, a part of global trade. You invest in actually increasing permanently the growth potential of a country. So I think what the private sector can do is to invest and invest much more and be a little bit bolder than it is. Right now, there's a lot of timidity because the world is in terms of crisis and turmoil. So people are scared, do not want to invest too much, do not want to run too much risk. But it's risk-taking, it's investment that will actually make the big difference here.
Thank you. Madam Olchan, I know you are attending the 10th session of the meeting of the parties to the Water Convention. You spoke a bit about the need for better water management, but my question will be, from a list of questions that I had for you, will be another one, and that is gender equality, empowering women. That is seen as a key to also building sustainable food systems. How do you support member states in advancing this popular gender equality, particularly, of course, in rural areas where we know that people are not as liberal and maybe a bit more conservative than they are in the cities? Are there maybe successful initiatives that you could share with us that highlight the link between women's empowerment and food security?
Thank you for this question. I have to admit one thing. I have some ideas that I wanted really to share with you. Then I get really into what Karsten is saying, and my mind flows already into combating half of his arguments, and then you surprise me with the questions, so on a totally different one. So please bear with me.
I know, I could have at least a 90-minute interview with each one of you.
Yes, but this makes me realize that I'm jumping from one aspect to the other, and somehow not certain that I shared the most of the key aspects that I really wanted to bring to this discussion. So let me try to reply to your question, but also reflecting on some other aspects that we have been talking about. First, reaching zero hunger, the goal. I'm an optimist. I think from the goals that we have, this is really an achievable goal. Yes, we have the data that shows that we are not yet there. If we exclude we cannot exclude, but if we exclude wars, conflicts, and the catastrophic, the really where you have emergency situation where you cannot address, it's a shame that in this century we still have people who are suffering, from hunger, and we really can address. And we can address this through various tools and instruments, and we all have it. First of all, resource mobilization. This is needed both for humanitarian, and I'm really pleased to see and really commend Slovenia. You've been repeating that it's a smaller country, but with important resources. But I strongly also believe in the power of mobilizing the private sector. But when I'm speaking about the private sector, I think more about creating or enabling the environment that would allow them not to be as a donor, as a supporter, but really as benefiting. It has to be a beneficial situation. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. I just don't believe in the sustainability of a mechanism where we had food security not being profitable. We have to make this profitable. And I understand that you were referring that food, we have to look at food supply and as basic human rights and so on and so forth. But there are important economic implications, and trade supply are important. We can and we have the necessary instruments to avoid situations like the ones mentioned by the President, when farmers throw away their harvest carrots, if the translation was right, because the standard is not the same. This is why we have to work on standards, we have to work on trade rules, and we have to avoid situation that Taras was mentioning, that when you have in Ukraine, you had one price and to the final destination a different price. What do we have for that? In the UN system, for example, and by the way, I had a very good discussion with your Minister of Agriculture the other week exactly about this, about the standards for fruits and vegetables, for dried fruits, for nuts, meats, and seed potatoes. This is what UNICEF, by the way, one of our working party experts is doing, working on the standards. Once you make standards where you have the private sector also participating, then food is not politicized. Then food is a commodity, even if you like it or not, but it's a profitable, so it's in everyone's interest, and it's sustainable for the long term. And by the way, this is one of the sectors where we have seen through our work, working with countries, for example, from Central Asia, from Eastern Europe, from Caucasus, to help them implement standards regarding these products to increase exports. And we have seen that in this sector we have a lot of women. So it's also it's a lot of about raising the living standards of women in a certain sector. Also digitalization, we have created really a lot of instruments to allow simplification or digitalization of trade processes, to the so-called blockchain technology to enhance supply chain traceability, really to boost consumer confidence. And this is something that would help also what we had now with the difference in prices. Standards, electronic sanitary and phytosanitary certificates. We all talk about digitalization. We have these tools. We don't communicate enough. I think this is one of the key problems. We don't share enough of the good tools that there are. The other aspect is how to increase capacities internally, and here we have a few issues. Climate is a key concern. Water, you have asked me about the water meeting of the member parties to the water conference. Of course, the key issue is water supply, and the name is about water, but you would be surprised how many discussions or how much the work that we are doing in this sector also is a conflict prevention exercise. And it has direct implication on the agriculture, but also energy field. So for us, working on the water convention and discussing with the countries is also helping to meet, how can I put it, the food security with at least regional level, with expectations when it comes to energy supply and agriculture production. You usually have upstream countries that are more interested in energy production and downstream countries which are dependent on lakes or rivers, rivers in this case, for agriculture production. So on water, this is an important aspect, and this is a true example where you see that by addressing one issue like water supply in an equitable way, so between countries that share the same river or lake, you can solve also the problem related to food security. And on the gender issue, I just actually, in fact, ran away from Geneva, where we are having UNICE together with UN Women. We have launched the regional review for the Beijing Plus 30 platform. It's about gender equality. And it looks, we have brought together the 56 member countries from the EC region, but not only, to look how we can solve the current challenges relating to reaching the goal of gender equality. We are very far away, even in this region, and we have backslides. On women empowerment, we had a special dedicated session. One conclusion, the meeting ends today, we'll see the reports, is we have a lot of commitments, but not as much implementation and actions. So we have to work on delivering some of those actions. I think I talked too much.
Thank you. No, you didn't. It's interesting. Mr. Kachka, as Ukraine moves closer to the EU membership, how is your country addressing concerns about protectionism within Europe? What solutions are pursued to ensure that Ukrainian products can compete fairly in the European markets while, of course, sustaining long-term partnerships?
I'm rather optimistic generally, and that's why the question you asked raised a lot of jokes in my head, and I know that I'm prohibited to joke about this topic.
No, you may share one
but
or two.
for particular reason, because any statement from me usually is the reason why Polish farmers are protesting, because because there are no other rational reason for this. So that's once again another bad joke on this. But I think that this is indeed, I think that it will be one of biggest merger and acquisition in the agricultural world, so that if Ukraine and the European Union will be together, we will be really one of major force for global markets. I think that for all elements of food systems, so starting from inputs, technologies, knowledge, the scale of production, commodities, final goods, everything. And that's why I think it is important for the world to also to look carefully for what is happening, since the discussion about integration of Ukraine to the EU will actually influence the general debate about the role of efficiency in agriculture, so means open market, competitiveness, and profitability, or sustainability and social elements of farming, which is the, let's say, core element of EU policy. So that farming in EU treaties is defined not only as economic area but as a social area. So that is important for the maintenance of society. So that's why this debate will influence as well the developing world, so net importing states as well. In my opinion, so that there are more, let's say, chances than challenges. So that the challenges will be like, it's like for those who like popcorn, they will have a lot of videos and to see, a lot on how this debate about integration of Ukraine to the EU will happen. But what is really important, what we are trying to present from our side, is that we believe that a lot of challenges related to sustainability, like the role of bees in society, so the water, also in agriculture, water, so other insects, so that should be done not only with, let's say, planning and scientific approach, but with certain elements of efficiency as well. Because we still have, if we are talking about zero hunger, this question also has like, let's say, totally like masculine reply of hamburger, yeah, so that we deliver calories. So that's just like we need to provide energy to people. So let's use basic commodities, basic food, and the energy is there. But from nutrition point of view, we understand that this is a disaster for next generation. Yeah? So the question about how to feed people, so with calories or with food that actually develop them, is very complex, and it can be resolved from different perspective. Let's just be correct, and it so that the ideas and the scenarios for resolving these questions are actually present in all elements of food policies. Either it is WTO and trade, or official development agency, or standardizations, or any other process, including the accession of Ukraine to the EU. So that for us, for discussing about this are multiple. The question is that how we ensure that we are listening to each other. So and this problem exists since even for us, for Ukraine and EU farmers and other stakeholders, it was challenged this spring. So that we were on, let's say, in my opinion, on one side, so that there were no major obstacles, but a lot of fears, a lot of uncertainties, even in, let's say, developed part of the food system, still exist. So they also multiply when we are talking about developing nations, not importing nations, depending on certain supplies of commodities, but also knowledge, techniques, and everything else. So that's why we want, so that after this, let's say, existential crisis related to the Russian aggression against Ukraine in agriculture, I think that we are least, let's say, brave in terms of promoting only our vision of agriculture. So that for us it is important to ensure that we are not autonomous. We want to be like European Union, autonomous, open strategic autonomy. Yeah, so that nice term, but we cannot be 100% in autonomy. So because we are in global food supply chain, a lot of technologies and so on. So that's why I think that this discussion with the EU will be quite interesting, taking into account that what we are trying to do is to take EU standards that are the most advanced standards on protection of climate, sustainability, etc., implement them in Ukraine and show that they can work with a little bit more greater efficiency, means capitalism, if you don't like this term in terms of agriculture, but it still exists, and it can work and then work successfully, and I think it will be a win-win situation for the EU and Ukraine and global supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gabric, you highlighted some specific examples where Slovenia is actively working on the food security. You mentioned the innovative project with the bees. And all of you, or some of you, have mentioned the need for more financial resources. But the need for solidarity and international aid can sometimes, be attacked in domestic political setting. How can, people asking, we have hungry people at home, why are we giving money to this country and that country? How can Slovenia better communicate that the importance of this aid that you already mentioned, and so that the general public would understand why this is needed?
Yes, thank you for this important question. Well, the reason why we're sitting here and why we have this flagship event, the 12th in a row, the Slovenian Development Days, is the reason is to bring to the attention of our public the importance of international development cooperation and humanitarian aid. Well, the question about, why are we giving money or supporting communities outside of Slovenia, whereas we have problems at home, this is a completely misguided question. The question is, how can we promote and also export but export is not the right word. How we can share our good practices with the communities that could benefit from them. I hear very much emphasize local partnerships and local ownership of projects. And when I'm talking about how can we, the question we have to ask ourselves, what does work really well in Slovenia, and how can we share these good practices? I'm talking about also the coherence between what we do on the inside and what we do in our international relations, action, foreign policy. Here I would like to mention a very good example of such a close coherence, which is also very pertinent in terms of time, because just today I believe we joined this World Food Program School Meals Coalition. This is something where we are very good at home, and so we want to support what we know works really well. It's not just a question of humanitarian aid. This is actually investment in development of people. So this is an example of this coherence that I really wanted to emphasize. But hand in hand with this coherence goes also our expertise, right? If you're good in something at home, well, obviously you can use that to help others, but also, as we discussed yesterday, you can also develop areas in terms of what you said is capitalism, right? I mean, I'm talking about our private sector. Our private sector can develop in certain areas in which you can also then develop your focus in international development aid. I'm not talking about tied aid, to be sure, but to have some expertise, that is readily employable, applicable elsewhere in the world. I think this is important. One more thing. I know that we are already running a little bit past our allotted time. But one more thing I would really like to align with what you were saying about how we have to work with all the actors. Here, for us, NGOs, civil society are super important. Everything we are going to be doing also in the future, we will be doing with the view of enabling NGOs, civil society, implementation institutions, promoting them, and enhancing them, actually. So we always have to be cognizant also of this part of our society, this part of the functioning of our development cooperation humanitarian aid system. They are an important part of our democracy inside, right? We're talking about, again, this connection between inside and outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question, Mr. Lapalainen. Concord has been actively involved in preparing recommendations on sustainable food systems, and I was wondering if you could share a couple of them with us. And then I'll ask you one brave last question, but let's leave it till the end.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that it exactly can echo about what the colleague in the panel said as well, because I think that it's absolutely important that exactly one of the recommendations is that we want to sit in the same table. So this is definitely the place that we have the systematic dialogue going on, not only in that there's one call for proposal for the funding in every fifth year or so. That's important as well. I'm coming back to that in a minute. But I think that this regular dialogue is really important, so that there are the places where exactly the actors can share what's going on. Because that is the only way how we can really build the trust in the societies, and we can really have this longer-term view. Because unfortunately, we are really living in a very short-term thinking and acting as well, and we need to have this systematic and longer-term sustainable future for all of that. And it really takes time to build the trust and finding the solutions which can stay in a line and is sustainable and meaningful. So that's one recommendation. Another one is that it's really important to finance the local actors, so that those who really can implement what's going on in the ground level. So that's really important one, because there's really the tendency in the EU and many other donors as well that big is beautiful. So it's really the idea that let's give the big amount of the money for organization X and all the administration, etc. In some cases it works, and I'm not really criticizing that. We are grateful on that, but in parallel we need to have a different tile of actions how we can really operate, because not always the big projects are not the best ones in the practicalities. So I think that's really important to hear that aspect as well. Also, I think that it's really important one is awareness raising, the educational, pedagogical way, really talking about these challenges what we're having and why we are so interlinked as well. Because if it's only the one headline in the social media, we all know that we are in trouble, because we need to really explain why the world is so complex and why exactly it matters what we are doing here in Slovenia. It really resonates in Malawi. There are other connections on that. And we need to explain on that. And I think that there's a responsibility for all of us. NGOs are more than happy to do that, but it's not only our responsibility, it's collective responsibility, again, that we need to really explain how exactly everything really matters, and we need to really find the solutions on that. And somehow also explaining that, yes, we have the global trade system, we have the global standards, which I think that all of us who loves democracy, we believe on the multilateral system, but it's not perfect, and we need to challenge and we need to make it better. And that's why I think that it's important that the civil society organizations are the one channel where we're hearing what the citizens want, and it's our role to raise those points as well as a part of this all discussions and building the better future. I have a long list, but I know that I need to cut now here.
Maybe you can share your website with us.
I'm happy to share those
website where
afterwards.
People can maybe find these solutions. Our time, unfortunately, is up. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences, your thoughts with us. I have one last impossible task ahead of you. Whoever wants to answer the challenge, 30 seconds each, food for thought that you want our audience to go home with. Who wants to start? Yeah, it's fair enough because he started each round first. So, just short closing remarks. Whoever wants to answer the call.
I can say that we have the big responsibility to express hope, bringing the positive messages for all of us.
I would say, aptly, my food for thought, aptly named, is that, Slovenia is actually doing quite a bit, and we can be proud of what we are doing. We have to talk about it, and we have to improve even further. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that I would once again thank to everyone who helped Ukraine in 22, 23, 24, and continue to help. And this is something that the lessons that we want to share, and our in different forums, from trade to development policies. And please don't be afraid of our activism. It's about food security, not about increasing of our export opportunities. Thank you.
Food for thought is to act. I think this is what we are missing these days in the international community, in multilateral sector. We have the frameworks, we have the mechanisms, but we do not take enough action. Thank you.
I think that basically to say that small countries can make a lot of difference. Not only Slovenia, but Slovenia, of course, among others. But small countries can act swiftly, can act with determination and can provide ideas for others. So be proud of being small.
Smaller.
Smaller. Sorry.
Carsten Stauer, Tatjana Molchan, Tara Skachka, Dr. Melita Gavric, and really Lapalainen, thank you for being part of this round table, and let's give them a round of applause, please. And with that, the really closing remarks for the conference, if you could go to the big podium and maybe close us off. Thank you.
It is now my great pleasure to read the conclusions. I was not here the entire time, but I have very succinct conclusions prepared by colleagues. And let me just mention that the conclusions of our 12th Slovenian Development Days will also be published online. My conclusions are in Slovene, but I believe we do have interpretation available. Naj začnem s tem, da začenjam v slovenščini. Veseli me, da smo prišli do konca teh resnično zelo bogatih in ambicioznih slovenskih razvojnih dni. Mislim, da smo imeli do sedaj najbolj bogat program, izjemno zanimivi razmisleki, zanimive diskusije in na drugem slovenskem humanitarnem forumu smo od predsednice Republike Slovenije slišali, kako velik pomen Slovenija pripisuje solidarnosti in odgovornosti, kot je bilo poudarjeno tudi strani našega panelista. To, da smo imeli recimo na današnjem panelu, da je današnji panel otvorila predsednica parlamenta, to je pomembno politično sporočilo in to je nekaj, na čemer lahko tudi naprej gradimo. Če se pa vrnem na humanitarni forum, ki ga je otvorila predsednica Republike Slovenije, in njeni poudarki so bili, da zelo podobni, kako pomembno je, da prispevamo v boju proti lakoti za prebivalce, še posebej otroke na najbolj ogroženih območjih, ki so jih prizadeli oboroženi konflikti, posledice naravnih nesreč ter gospodarska nihanja v svetu. Predsednica Državnega zbora je v svojem nagovoru tudi že na začetku našega nacionalnega posveta opozorila, pa tudi danes smo slišali tukaj v njene uvodne besede, s katerimi je opozorila na ogromne količine zavržene hrane, s katero bi pravzaprav lahko nahranili ves svet. Spomnila nas je tudi na neukrepanje mednarodne skupnosti ob spremembah podnebja. Danes sta se odvila dva odlična panela s številnimi izjemnimi sogovorniki. Hvala vsem za vaše prispevke, tako panelistom kot tudi udeležencem v dvorani. Glede na število udeležencev lahko z zadovoljstvom ugotovim, da je interes za angažma Slovenije na področju humanitarne pomoči in razvojnih projektov za odpravo lakote, ki je seveda tema naših letošnjih razvojnih dni, da je zanimanje veliko. Upam, da smo vam uspeli odgovoriti na nekatera vprašanja ter s komentarji sogovornikov še bolj približati aktualno stanje v svetu na področju prehranske varnosti. Kako bi lahko povzeli današnje razprave? Kot prvo, v okviru obeh panelov smo vam želeli osvetliti ključna vprašanja in izzive na področju prehranske varnosti. V okviru prvega humanitarnega panela smo se dotaknili začaranega kroga med oboroženimi konflikti in prehransko varnostjo. Pogledali smo, kako s celostno in pravočasno obravnavo izvorov kriz zagotoviti učinkovit odziv humanitarne skupnosti ter kako vzpostaviti pogoje za povečanje prehranske varnosti na terenu. V okviru drugega panela, ki je bil bolj razvojno obarvan, smo razpravljali o tem, kako doseči drugi cilj v okviru ciljev trajnostnega razvoja agende 2030 in kako spremeniti prehranske sisteme z namenom, da se izkorenini lakota v svetu. Panelisti so se strinjali, da globalni in lokalni prehod na trajnostne prehranske sisteme terja koordiniran in celosten pristop. Predstavljeni so bili primeri dobrih praks naših mednarodnih partnerjev, kot je pobuda Svetovnega programa za hrano, Koalicija za šolske obroke, kateri je Slovenija ravno danes pristopila, kot sem prej omenila. Slovenija se lahko pohvali z relativno majhnimi, a kljub temu izredno cenjenimi in za lokalno prebivalstvo zelo pomembnimi razvojnimi in humanitarnimi projekti, zlasti v podsaharski Afriki, ki so namenjeni prehranski varnosti. Poleg tega smo skladno s potrebami sredstva za nujno humanitarno pomoč v zadnjih 2 letih potrojili, prispevke za prehransko varnost pa, kot je bilo tudi že omenjeno, kar 6-kratno povečali. Prepričana sem, da lahko skupaj, kot razvojna skupnost, ki se zaveda svoje odgovornosti, pomagamo, da Slovenija nadaljuje pot konkretnih dejanj za varnejši, trajnejši in boljši jutri. V okviru razvojnega panela smo se dotaknili tudi povezave med podnebnimi spremembami in prehransko varnostjo, kjer so bili izpostavljeni nekateri zanimivi predlogi za prehod na podnebno pametne prehranske sisteme. Pri vsem, o čemer smo danes govorili, oziroma smo govorili v času razvojnih dni, so v osrčju ljudje. Upam, da so vas današnje razprave spodbudile in prepričale, da se je vredno truditi za svet brez lakote, da je pomoč ljudem, ki vsakodnevno stradajo, nujna, ter da lahko vsakdo tudi z najmanjšim deležem prispeva k boljšemu jutri. V okviru 12 slovenskih razvojnih dnevov smo letos organizirali več dogodkov kot kadarkoli prej. Tega ne bi mogli narediti brez naših partnerjev, platforme nevladnih organizacij Sloga in njenih članic Caritasa Slovenije, ustanove ITF, Centra za evropsko prihodnost, Centra za razvoj financ, Centra za mednarodno sodelovanje in razvoj ter številnih izvajalcev in izvedencev, vsi, ki verjamejo v globalno odgovornost in v razvojno sodelovanje, v solidarnost in v to, da svet lahko skupaj spreminjamo na bolje. Vesela sem, da se v Sloveniji krepi razvojna skupnost, tako da se iskreno zahvaljujem vsem, ki ste del te razvojne skupnosti. Iskrena hvala tudi direktorju Skrtu in njegovi ekipi za ambiciozne in odlično izvedene razvojne dneve. Zahvala tudi obema tolmačkoma in v samem zaključku za slovenskimi razvojnimi in humanitarnimi partnerstvi in projekti stojijo posamezniki, posameznice, ustanove in organizacije. Najpogosteje niso v soju žarometov, a vendarle njihovo predano delo na bolje spreminja življenja tisočim ljudem. Zaključujemo intenziven teden in veseli smo zanimivih razprav in visokih gostov ter počaščeni, da smo lahko z vsemi delili vsa pomembna sporočila. Z našo zavzetostjo, s tem, ko smo del globalne humanitarne in razvojne skupnosti, humane skupnosti, prispevamo k izboljšanju življenja za vse ljudi tega sveta. Hvala za pozornost in še naprej prijetno popoldne.
Thank you. Thank you.